Architect Services Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. Bill 25-50, the Funeral Directors Licensing Reform Amendment Act of 2023. Bill 25-471, the Domestic Partnership Joint Filing Clarification Act of 2023. Bill 25-240, the United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. Bill 25-190, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. As a reminder, public witnesses will each have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony and should remember to mute their microphones when they are not speaking if they're on Zoom. We also have witnesses in person. Bill 25-277, the Landscape Architect Services Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023, was introduced by Councilmember Charles Allen with Councilmembers Matt Fruman and Robert White on April 27th, 2023. The bill was referred to the committee on May 2nd, 2023. As introduced, Bill 25-77 would clarify that landscape architect services performed by a landscape architect licensed in the district or provided by a design firm that employs a landscape architect licensed in the district shall be exempt from the requirement to charge sales tax on the sale of or charges for the service of real property maintenance and landscaping. I'm going to turn to our first panel of public witnesses. And again, we have a few who are here. I believe there may be some folks who are here in person. I'll make a call for Leslie Conroy. Come on up. Elizabeth Hebron. All right. And I'll ask staff to bring in any of the virtual witnesses. We're going to start with the witnesses who are in person. And good morning to both of you. Thanks for joining in person this morning. Begin with Leslie Conroy. If you don't mind, if you can hit the button on the base of your microphone. Yep.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Leslie Conroy, and I'm the Advocacy Chair of the Potomac Chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, as well as a licensed landscape architect in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. Thank you to Councilmember McDuffie and the staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development for holding today's hearing, and thank you to Councilmembers Allen, Fruman, and Robert White for introducing this bill in April of 2023. I'm here today to express my strong support for Bill 25-277, the Landscape Architect Services Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. In my testimony, I will demonstrate how the sales tax on landscape architecture services stunts the growth of small business and how Bill 25-277 can correct this error. I started my business, Conroy Landscape Architecture, during the COVID-19 lockdowns on a desk 4 feet from my bed. In 2022, I moved operations into my basement as business picked up and I needed more space. Last year, I was able to hire my first employee and move into an office space next to the Metro in Shaw. In 2023, I was also able to get my first project with DC's Department of General Services for the design of Amigos Park in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1, where I'm a resident. I've found that there is no lack of opportunity for small design business in the district for those who are ready to put in the work. Landscape architects work on teams of designers and consultants for each project that consist of architects, engineers, and interior designers, among many others. In these scenarios, landscape architects are the only professionals that are licensed and regulated by DLCP that are also required to charge sales tax on our services. This leads to confusing and sometimes heated conversations with clients and owners about why the tax exists and why landscape architects are the only consultant required to collect it. On smaller projects where we work directly with homeowners or small businesses, our clients need to adjust their design and construction budget to account for the 6% tax collected. Of the 4 jurisdictions where I'm registered to practice, DC is the only one that charges such a tax. The unique geography of the DMV requires that professional service providers maintain licensure in multiple jurisdictions to be successful. For the small design business owner, this means complying with individual and business professional licensing requirements, filings, and continuing education credits on top of the unincorporated business franchise tax, personal property tax, and sales and use tax. When setting up my business, I had to talk to multiple accountants before I could find one that was familiar with how to set up my books to collect the sales and use tax on professional services. Removing this one tax would remove the ambiguity for landscape architects, clients, and OTR alike. We are not asking for a new exemption status or preferential treatment. With the passage of 25-277, we're hoping to be treated like our peer professionals so we can continue to design the places that make the District of Columbia a leader in sustainable design
Thank you
and
for your
high-quality
testimony.
spaces.
I hate to cut you off, but I want to sort of set the tone. We've got a number of bills, as I mentioned earlier, and we have a number of public witnesses, some of whom have joined us in person. So I want to be mindful of everybody's time. Because I know it is a cost to you when you have to come down here and testify in front of the council, but we sincerely appreciate you taking the time to do so, especially given that you're running a business. Elizabeth Hebron, thank you. Being your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Elizabeth Hebron, the Director of State Government Affairs for the American Society of Landscape Architects, or ASLA. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Bill 25-277. ASLA is headquartered here in the District of Columbia, and we represent the professional interests of our over 15,000 members. One of those interests is repeal of the DC sales tax on landscape architects. This tax is a significant and undue burden, and a repeal is necessary to align DC with the national tax norms and promote fair market competition. Landscape architects plan, design, and manage the built and natural environment around us, community master plans, parks, walkable neighborhoods, multimodal transportation networks, green stormwater systems, and much more. Through these responsibilities, landscape architects keep the public safe from hazards, protect vital natural resources, and foster active lifestyles. The public interest is best served when qualified professionals perform these services. Yet the sales tax unnecessarily burdens landscape architects. As it stands, landscape architect professional services are taxed in only 4 jurisdictions around the country: New Mexico, South Dakota, Hawaii, and DC. However, 3 of the 4 of these jurisdictions, Hawaii, New Mexico, and South Dakota, tax all design profession and construction-based services, including our sister design professions of architects and engineers. DC is the only jurisdiction that taxes landscape architect professional services without taxing the other design professions. Our profession frequently works in tandem with architects and engineers to tax one profession while exempting the others who have overlapping scopes of practice. It is unjust and counterproductive to our shared goals of enhancing the city's livability and promoting small businesses and fair competition. Therefore, we urge you to repeal the sales tax on landscape architects. This profession has a long history of designing iconic places, public spaces, and livable communities in the district, which is why in October of this year, ASLA will hold its annual conference in the district. Over 6,000 landscape architects will gather here to celebrate the 125th anniversary of ASLA. We and the members of our Potomac chapter hope that you and your fellow council members will join us and help us to celebrate this significant milestone, and we hope we will be celebrating the repeal of this tax. I thank you again for your time and consideration.
And thank you for joining us and testifying this morning. I'm going to turn to the witnesses who we have with us virtually. And while I turn to them, I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker this morning. I think the first witness we have on the witness list is Danielle Alexander. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, council members, and staff on the Committee of Business and Economic Development. I'm Danny Alexander, a DC resident, a DC licensed landscape architect. I run the DC licensed professional design firm Studio, aka a landscape architecture firm and certified business enterprise based in Ward 6. I'm also a proud mom of a soon-to-be DCPS student with another on the way. Today, I'm testifying in support of Bill 25-277. I want to thank Councilmember Charles Allen, who I met with directly on this issue and has been helpful throughout my career here in DC. I also wish to thank Council members Matt Fruman and Robert White for co-introducing the bill with Councilmember Allen. In my testimony, I plan to demonstrate how this legislation would correct a substantial harm that has affected me professionally and personally. I started my company in 2018 when I moved from DC to Boston. I recognized that it was a strange requirement in DC to pay sales tax on services when I opened my business because I've operated in several other states without sales tax on services in the past and currently operate in Maryland and Virginia as well, where this is not a requirement. This issue first became a problem for me when a client called me to argue with me about the sales tax as proposed in their contract, and then refused to pay the sales tax on their invoice because they had hired many architects, interior designers, and engineers, all of whom do not charge sales tax. The client claimed they would not be able to continue to use my services if there were an additional charge associated with the work I was performing. You may wonder, well, what's a client's alternative? There are several. Often they ask an architect to handle certain details, or they simply leave the work open to interpretation for their installers. When this occurs, projects no longer have the benefit of a landscape architect's training to consider the health and welfare of the public through effective stormwater management, native plantings, soil conservation, material reuse, and other items that we prioritize with holistic benefits in mind. I work exceptionally hard to drive business so that I can provide this valuable work to my clients that improves their quality of life, but also the quality of the environment and ecosystems in DC. If I were to lose additional clients because of their concerns about sales tax, I would no longer be able to operate my business. I urge you to pass this bill, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Carla Ellern, morning to you. You can get your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Carla Ellern, immediate past president of the Potomac chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. Our chapter includes 384 landscape design professionals, most of whom do a significant portion of their work in the district. Today, I'm testifying in support of Bill 25277, the Landscape Architect Services Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. Our chapter is proud of landscape architecture's contributions to a thriving and healthy District of Columbia. We design public and private outdoor spaces to meet the needs of the district's diverse residents while enhancing visual beauty, connecting the landscape to history and culture, and safeguarding our increasingly endangered environment. We're grateful for the Council's past support. In 2016, the Council unanimously passed legislation that required licensure for landscape architects. The district's recognition of landscape architecture as a licensed profession placed us on par with landscape architects in all of the 50 states. Unfortunately, the district's tax laws didn't keep pace with the 2016 change in our licensure status. Landscape architects are now the only licensed profession that remains subject to a sales tax on the services we provide. Doctors, lawyers, architects, and engineers are exempt. We are not. This unfair landscape architecture tax can take a terrible toll on small businesses that are run by our members. Because this tax is such an outlier, it can be hard for both business owners and OTR to understand, as you heard. The resulting confusion and mistakes can create serious compliance issues on law-abiding and struggling small businesses. I'd like to spell out for you tell you about Hillary, a sole practitioner in Washington, D.C. She started her own business to create a better balance between work and family responsibilities. But Hillary's business was nearly destroyed when she was audited by the OTR earlier last year. Here's what she told us. The tax auditor claimed that I owed tens of thousands of dollars in DC sales tax on design work for non-DC clients at non-DC project sites going back years. She didn't understand that DC can't charge local sales tax on work outside their jurisdiction. This audit process took a serious hit on my business as I had to devote much of my time to providing her with endless reams of information instead of doing billable design work. Had I not had a lot of experience with DC sales tax when I worked at a previous firm, I might have believed her and bankrupted my small business in order to pay the purported tax due. I seriously considered relocating my business out of DC as a result of this experience. So this is just one of many stories we've heard about this tax's impact. Outcomes like these do not fit the Council's values. The unfair and discriminatory tax is an unintended vestige of the past, and now is the time to correct this oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Robert Alter. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Duffy and other members of the council. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of DC since 1976. I'm a licensed landscape architect in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. I have a professional design firm located in DC. I'm a member of the District Board of Architecture, Interior Design, and Landscape Architecture, and a member of the American Society of Landscape Architects and their Potomac chapter. I'm here to testify in support of Bill 25277. I have submitted written testimony, and I won't try to read through all of that. I would point out that I have also had blowback from clients with reluctance to pay. I entered into our standard conditions of a contract the fact that it was required, and I sort of got bitten by my own action there, in that shortly after the first job started, where I had incorporated that, unfortunately, I had specified the rate, and the district raised the rate just as the job started, so I had to pay the difference. Last year, most of my work was in Maryland, only a small amount in DC, and the administrative costs to file the quarterly reports, collect the taxes, and submit it for my company was more than I collected for the District of Columbia. I have read, last night, I read the testimony of the Office of Tax and Revenue, and they have I guess, an alternative to the way this bill is written. It looks reasonable to me. If in the judgment of this committee and the DC Council, amendments need to be made or can be made, I can support that. And as I understand it, I have until the end of the month to change my written testimony. So I will leave it in your capable hands as to the route, but I'm hoping that as soon as possible, and possibly by this April, which has a lot of significance for our profession, it's World Landscape Architecture Month. Frederick Law Olmsted, the father of landscape architecture, will have his 102nd birthday during that month.
Thank
The
you so much.
legislation which allowed us to become registered.
Alter, I appreciate your
sorry.
time has expired. Yeah,
All
I
right,
want to.
thank you.
So, no, thank you for taking the time to testify this morning. We really do appreciate it.
My
I
pleasure.
want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. I had just a couple of questions, and I'll turn to Councilmember Parker to see if he has questions for any of the witnesses this morning. I wanted to ask Leslie Conroy, I believe you mentioned that you do business and licensed in other jurisdictions? What are the other jurisdictions that you're licensed in?
I'm licensed in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia.
Okay, and where's your you may have already said this, but where's your business incorporated?
The District of Columbia.
Okay, all right. And do you reside in DC as well?
Yes, I'm a Ward 1 resident, and my business is located right next to the Shaw Metro.
Got it. Okay, and is this the only jurisdiction where you pay that tax?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I believe Elizabeth Hebron testified that it was New Mexico, Hawaii, and South Dakota
Correct.
are the only other 3 jurisdictions that similarly tax this service?
Correct, yes. The difference is that they tax all professional services, including the architects and the engineers,
Okay,
whereas DC is they have exempted or those folks from having to pay this tax.
all right. Have you all submitted your testimony in writing?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody on this panel who hasn't, we appreciate you all doing so. Let me turn to Councilmember Parker to see if he has any questions. Okay, you do 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do not have any questions, but thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Councilmember
much.
Parker.
Thank you each for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie.
We're going to turn next to Ronnie McGee, who's Chair of the DC Board of Architecture, Interior Design, and Landscape Architecture, as well as Alyssa Borges, who's the Assistant General Counsel within the Office of Tax and Revenue, Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Ronnie McGee is joining us virtually, so I'm going to turn to Alyssa Borges first. I want to welcome you to the committee. Thank you for joining us this morning and actually swear you in, both in. Wait for Ronnie
Chairman,
McGee.
can you hear me? Ronnie McGee?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Uh,
Okay.
If you could turn on your screen for us, I want to swear both you and Alyssa Borges in as government witnesses. So if you could raise your right hands, if you don't mind. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to turn first to Alyssa Borges for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. I'm Alyssa Borges, Assistant General Counsel for the Office of Tax and Revenue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Office of Tax and Revenue on Bill 25-277, the Landscape Architect Services Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. As this committee is aware, the district sales tax laws are codified in Chapter 20 of Title 47 of the District Code. Under DC Code Section 47-2002, sales tax is imposed on all vendors for either the privilege of selling at retail certain tangible personal property or selling certain selected services that are defined as a retail sale or a sale at retail. Accordingly, in general in DC, sales are not subject to district sales tax unless the council has subjected a particular service to sales tax by expressly including such service in the definition of retail sale or sale at retail under Section 47-2001 N1. In 1989, that section 47-2001 N1 was amended by the Revenue Amendment Act of 1989 to expressly include the sale or charges for the service of real property maintenance and landscaping as a service subject to DC sales tax. The definition of landscaping was expressly defined as the activity of arranging or modifying areas of land and natural scenery for an improved or aesthetic effect, the addition, removal, or arrangement of natural forms, features, and plantings, the addition, removal, or modification of retaining walls, ponds, sprinklers, systems, or other landscape construction services, and other services provided by landscape designers or landscape architects, such as consultation, research, preparation of general or specific design or detailed plans, studies, specifications, or supervision of any other professional services or functions associated with landscaping. OTR subsequently promulgated regulations further clarifying the imposition of district sales tax on landscaping services. It's important to note that even if a sale is subject to district sales tax, it doesn't mean that that sale will ultimately, that tax will ultimately have to be paid on the transaction. For example, if a sale of a selected service, such as landscaping service or architectural landscaping services, is subject to a district sales tax, that sale may still be exempt from sales tax under district sales tax tax exemption statute, DC Code Section 47, 2005. In general, Section 47, 2005 expressly defines and codifies nearly all transactions that are exempt from district sales tax, and by incorporation under 47, 2206, the district use tax. As introduced, this bill does not seek to amend Section 47, 2005 to exempt services provided by landscape architects and professional design firms licensed in the district. Rather, the bill as drafted effectively repeals the imposition of sales tax on all landscaping services provided by any vendor identifying themselves as a landscape designer, landscape architect, or other business associated with landscape design, including providers not licensed in the district. Accordingly, OTR suggests that no amendments are needed to Section 47, 2001 N1M, that's a mouthful, or the regulations regarding the imposition of sales tax on landscaping services. Instead, OTR suggests that DC Code 47, 2005, which is the sales tax exemption statute, be amended to add a new exemption for landscape architectural services provided by landscape architects and/or professional design firms licensed to provide such service in the district. These changes, we believe, will accomplish the intent of this bill by exempting professional landscape services provided by licensed landscape architects and/or professional design firms, without effectively repealing the imposition of the tax on sales made by unlicensed vendors who provide consulting and design services related to landscaping. I've attached to this testimony a markup of the bill with OTR's proposed changes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a couple questions, but we're gonna hear from Ronnie McGee first. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and council members, staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and community members. I'm Ronnie McGee, a district licensed architect who currently serves as the chairman of the Board of Architecture, Interior Design, and Landscape Architecture. As a native Washingtonian and current resident who owns and operates a business in the district, as well as a working professional who's worked on projects in the city with many landscape architects, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee regarding B25-227, the Landscape Architect Service Sales Tax Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. Last Friday on January 21st, a quorum of the board held a monthly public meeting and voted unanimously to support this bill and authorized me to testify on behalf of the board. I want to thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and others for holding this important hearing to consider Bill 25277. I also want to thank Councilmembers Charles Allen, Matt Fruman, and Robert White for introducing the bill and working to correct the situation that has produced inequities for the newly licensed landscape architecture profession. In 2016, the council passed the DC Law 21-249, the Regulation of Landscape Architecture and Professional Design Firms Amendment Act of 2016, the Act, which established the Board of Architecture, Interior Design, and Landscape Architecture. This is through great efforts through the board and board members on my board. Importantly, this act brought the district in alignment with all 50 states that require landscape architects to be professionally licensed. And in doing so, the council also confirmed that landscape architects and design firms provide highly trained professional services similar to medical professionals, accountants, and attorneys. The board echoes Councilmember Allen's comments in his letter introducing the bill dated April 27, 2023, which noted the significance of this bill in seeking to align the profession of landscape architecture and design with other professional services. Under current district law, sales tax must be imposed on the sale of or charges for the services of real property maintenance and landscaping, with the term landscaping to include services provided by landscape designers or landscape architects. However, this same sales tax is not imposed on professional services provided by accountants, doctors, engineers, and attorneys. This inequity continues to create unnecessary challenges for the professional landscape architect and design firms in the district, many of whom are small businesses. Moreover, one duty power of the board is to take disciplinary action against district licensed landscape architects and professional design firms for violations of district licensing laws, which can include actions such as an imposition of a civil fine, of about $5,000, suspension of a license, or even license revocation. Generally, disciplinary actions against professional licensees are the result of violations of statutes or regulations. However, under district law, a licensed professional design firm or licensed individual landscape architect is subject to disciplinary action by the board if the licensee violates any district or federal law, regulation, or rule related to the practice of the occupation or profession. See Official Code Article 47, 28, 53, 0.17 A19. It's in my written testimony. So thus the licensee's present failure to collect sales tax on the services of a landscape architect performing in the district subject to licensee disciplinary action by the board. Further, unless the landscape architect services are provided by a sole practitioner, any disciplinary action would likely be directed at the business entity providing the services and may result in financial and administrative burdens on these businesses. In conclusion, the board strongly believes the passage of this bill will bring the landscape architecture and interior design profession into alignment with other licensed professionals in the district and better promotes fairness and equity of these licensed professionals. This bill is not attempting to create a new or novel tax exemption status. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee in support of Bill 25277. The board looks forward to this bill's progression and to the support of the committee as the bill moves through the legislative process. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McGee. I want to just take a quick opportunity to recognize we were joined, and if you're at home watching, you probably couldn't see all the beautiful kids, students who were in the hearing room with us. And I want to thank Madame Viermer and Elodie, who are French teachers and a French assistant at Elsie Whitlow Stokes, for bringing the students down to join us at the council. We love having students down here. It's been challenging, I think, post-pandemic to make these sorts of trips happen, but it was such a delight to have them in the hearing room with us this morning. So I wanted to recognize Elsie Whitlow Stokes and the students and teachers for being here. All right, just a couple of questions, if I could. And I'm going to direct this question to Alyssa Borges. Well, thank you for your testimony and for clarifying, I think, the difference between amending the imposition of sales tax versus establishing an exemption. And ask a question, two-part question. We've heard from a number of public witnesses, as well as Ms. McGee just testified, there's several professions that provide services that are not taxed. And do you know, I don't necessarily need you to have an exhaustive list, but just giving examples for, like, attorneys or doctors or others who provide a similar service as a profession, whether they actually are exempted under the code that you reference in your testimony, or whether their professions would have been effectively repealed as this statute would do, as drafted.
Okay, so under, just to clarify, under section 47, 2001, and my apologies for getting a little in the weeds technical here. In
I
general.
don't know that anybody
That's
in the
okay.
office doesn't get in the weeds. We
I know,
appreciate you all.
I know, I live for that.
Yeah, we
Okay.
appreciate you getting in the
So,
weeds.
all right, so under DC law, just to basic is sales tax is imposed on the sale of tangible personal property. We
Yes.
all know that. You buy a TV or whatever, okay. Services, there's no general rule that services are taxable. So the assumption would be, in general, to think of this, that they're not, unless the council has said, I want to tax this service, this service, this service. And some other, here are some examples of professional services that are taxable. Well, some are professional, some are not.
Right.
But like parking, gym membership. I mean, but one professional service that they do and it tax is private detective services.
Okay.
Okay. Is in there. So there is no, the district has never imposed sales tax on medical services, legal services, accounting services. They could, but they have not, they haven't. So there's been no need for an exemption. Here, like I said, for the district, when they has chosen to specifically impose a sales tax on landscaping services, which include architectural landscaping services. It's my understanding at the time, there was not a professional designation for landscape architecture when that law was passed. There are probably other witnesses who know exactly when that would happen for in the architectural profession. So there's no need to have an express exemption for legal services, medical services, engineering, because tax isn't imposed on them.
Right.
Okay. So sort of getting to your question is, why don't we just say that there's no tax on landscaping services? That would be one way to go, and you wouldn't need an exemption. The issue is, and what I wanted to say is that I think the intent of the bill, and this is that for professionals, landscapers, landscape architecture, excuse me, who are licensed, so that for the design services they provide or all the things they testified, that there should be no sales tax on the services they provide. The issue is that the landscaping design services, including landscape architect, can be provided by if they're provided by individuals who are not licensed landscape architects. It could be you would go into maybe a local nursery and they might do some consulting for what plants to pick, or here you would do those things. And I don't believe, if it is the intent that shouldn't be taxable at all either, then that would be one good. But I think based on the fact that I don't think the intent, based on reading of the text and sort of and looking at that, is that that nobody will ever have to pay a sales tax on anything having to do with landscape design. There should be an exemption though for the professional landscape designers who are providing their services similar to what an architect would do.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful in clarifying. Do you know, well, let me ask it this way. Has your office actually calculated the fiscal impact of this sort of exemption, the way that you actually suggested that the bill be modified?
So the Office of Tax and Revenue has not done that. The Office of under the OCFO's office, the Office of Revenue Analysis is the department that provides the fiscal impact statements, and it's my understanding that that is something that they would provide on or before the time of a markup.
Got it. Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me just
Sure,
say, I don't
please.
think with the suggestion I've heard it, when looking at that, I don't think that, in my opinion, when look at that, it necessarily would change it. It's just a matter to clarify that this is not going to that nurseries, other like landscape companies that might have an invoice for their work, that for any work they do or providing plants, that any consulting they do would still be subject to sales tax.
I understand. I appreciate you adding that to the record as well. Ronnie McGee, you had mentioned importantly some efforts by professionals, landscape architects and others. I think you specifically mentioned some members of your board behind an effort in 2016. I think it bears repeating. Could you talk to us about what happened in 2016 in terms of the changes in the law?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about that. We in 2016, actually before 2016, we were looking at, I participate in a lot of national forums with other professions, including interior design, and our board looked at the field and worked with landscape associations. And DC was the only state entity in the United States that did not license landscape architects. So we felt that was an inequity that we should solve, and that the professionals in the DC area, in fact, even the zoning code right now is written to ask for Maryland or Virginia licenses to be attached to building code submissions with building permit submissions with landscape architecture on them. So the idea was that we felt like DC should go ahead and act as the other jurisdictions have in licensed landscape architects. So when the law was put together, it was brought to our attention. We did not have landscape architects on the board, but we had people come in like Bob to come in and talk to us. And we tried to craft a law to match up with what would match the interior design and architecture professional regulations. So as part of that, it wasn't discussed about the taxation issue because that is a particular issue that Ms. Borges brought up that is applied to professions that don't have this licensing attached to them. So landscape architecture, the law was passed and the tax issue was not addressed as part of it. So I have had occasion to work with landscape architects who have to put that on their bill as a tax because they're worried about DC government asking for that tax. And it has come up as an issue, even in work with DC government projects that landscape architects have to apply a tax to their work, which generally causes a lot of back and forth with the client to understand why they have to be taxed for professional services. So
Yeah, it sounds like it based on the testimony we got from some of the business owners who operate their businesses in the District of Columbia. I think they actually operate outside of the district as well, and highlighted the fact that the district was the only jurisdiction that they do business in that has a similar or has this tax. So thank you for your
yes,
testimony. That was really helpful. I want to thank
thank
you
you.
both for your testimony. And I want to mention to, it was one of the witnesses, I think it was Robert Alter. You do have, and anybody who wishes to add testimony on this measure has until January 31st to do so. And I wanted to just mention that in case some people who are watching or who intended to be able to testify but couldn't, still want to provide written testimony. We encourage you to do so. So thank each of the witnesses for their testimony in this measure. Again, thanking everybody who testified on this measure. Our next measure that the committee will take up is Bill 25-50, the Funeral Directors Licensing Reform Amendment Act of 2023, which was introduced by Chairman Mendelson on January 19th, 2023, and referred to the committee on February 7th of last year. As introduced, this bill would create an embalmer's license and amend the requirements for a funeral director's license. It would also establish requirements for a funeral directing or embalming internship. I'm now going to turn to our public witness. If Vernica Roberts is present, you can come on up. Thanks for joining us in person today. Sandra Williams, I believe, is joining us virtually. Okay. Is not joined in. Vernica Roberts will be our only public witness for this measure. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Well, you know what? Let me if you could touch the base of your mic, you'll see a little button down there. You'll see a red light come on. That
Okay.
means there
Can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
I can hear you now. You can
Thank
begin
you,
again.
thank you. Oops. All right, thank you once again for the opportunity to speak before the Legislative Council. On behalf of aspiring funeral directors and embalming, I want to thank the Chairman, Paul Mendelson, and Senior Advisor, Blaine Slum, for initiating this opportunity for me. For the proposal in creating a bill, AKA DC Funeral Directors Reform Act of 2023. The purpose of this bill is to establish dual license for DC funeral directors and embalmers. The need to change the culture of funeral management has become paramount in ensuring the continued success and longevity of the local
DC funeral homes, creating clear pathways and including one that supports dual license is essential to sustain this profession and expand employment opportunities for residents of DC. As an aspiring funeral director with R.N. Horton Morticians, Inc. in Washington, D.C., I am passionate about the industry and desire to bring forth this discussion today before the Legislative Council. Thank you also, Legislative Director Donnie Crawford. The DC Board regarding professional license is to establish dual license. After years of collegiate study and immersed learning, I am a participant currently in the licensing process. Boy, this time goes fast. Basically, the bill that we're asking to be amended currently requires that individuals complete, of course, they will continue the requirements to become a funeral director. For the director and embalmer, you have to pass all requirements for the national board exam. We have many participants in the program that desire to only have the director and or embalmer license. Currently, the DC law requires that they matriculate and complete all requirements leading to both the funeral director and embalmer license. So I'm basically here. I will submit this testimony in full detail. So I'm here representing not only myself, but other individuals who have been pursuing this opportunity. It will also benefit the district as a recruitment effort to allow others that are aspiring to come into the program and have an opportunity to go in either direction. Thank you.
And thank you. I know that you have been a tireless advocate for this measure, and I know you work with the chairman's office, as you mentioned.
Yes.
You've been in communication with Donnie Crawford on my
Oh
team.
my God, yes, and she's been really an inspiration. I know she's probably sick of my number of emails that I had on my calendar to send her at the same time every month for over a year, but she never did get short with me or turn me away. So for that, I am greatly appreciative for
No,
it.
I appreciate it. She wouldn't get sick of your emails. We actually signed up for this. So,
Okay.
So we look forward to getting emails from constituents, particularly where they demonstrate the interest that you've demonstrated in a particular issue affecting the District of Columbia. And thank you for the testimony, and thank you for also mentioning that you're going to provide your testimony in writing.
Yes,
We
I will.
definitely would love to
Yes.
have it in writing. There is already a license requirement for funeral directors. There is not a license requirement currently for embalmers.
No.
Why the need for the
No,
embalmer?
I'm sorry. We do have requirements, but the purpose of this bill is to have dual requirements. If you would still have to meet the educational, which attend 2-year associate.
But it falls under the funeral director's license?
Mr. McGuire's.
Yeah. All right. And I'll call you up in a second. No, I'll call
Okay.
you up in a second. But
Yes, yes, it
all right.
falls.
It's not a
under-
separate license.
It's
which
not
this
a
will
separate
require.
license.
Yes.
And the purpose of this bill is to create a separate license
Mhm.
to afford opportunities to individuals who only want to matriculate in that path of being a funeral director or an embalmer. Okay.
Okay.
So as it stands now, you have to successfully complete the national board exam by passing both the arts and the science. I fortunately was able to do that, but I have an interest in seeing this bill be amended so that future candidates that only have a specific interest in directing or in embalming will have that opportunity and not get discouraged with the many times that they have to take the national board exam and successfully pass in order to matriculate, say, just as a funeral director.
Mhm. Do you have any sense on how other jurisdictions license these
Yes.
services?
In 2022, the state of Virginia successfully passed a bill to have dual license.
Okay.
Okay. There are other surrounding states that have it. Maryland also has granted that opportunity for individuals to get either or license. And I'm just trying to bring DC into the 21st century and afford others that opportunity that are not only residents of the district, but reside outside the district.
Right. I think there's also something in this bill for what is essentially reciprocity. If you meet certain standards, you already have a license in Maryland, you can get licensed in the district.
Well,
as well.
that's what's currently in the bill and which will remain in the bill.
Okay.
Yes, we
All
don't
right.
want to remove that for reciprocity.
I appreciate it. Anything else you'd like to add to the record before we turn to our government witness?
None other than, the goal and expectations is to see this bill move forward. If it's any additional information that you would like for me to research and provide for the committee, I would be more than happy to do that. I do have associates that have been trying to acquire their license, but because of the difficulty, I'm gonna just say it, the
What-
national board exam,
Okay.
they have not been successful in passing that exam, and their desire is to be either a funeral director or just an embalmer.
Is there a national board exam for both?
Yes, you can take it together or you can take it individually. All right, my age range required me to take it individually.
Okay.
Okay.
What does that mean? You have to take an exam for,
The arts as well, for funeral directors, as well as the science, which includes your embalming requirements. It's like
Got
going to
it.
medical school.
I understand.
All right, I'm
Understand.
short of a medical degree by passing my science on the national board exam.
Got it. Got it. No, I suspect that such an examination might be challenging. I think, it generally is the case that they're making sure that you have a base of knowledge in order to be able to get this license and, the standards that go across jurisdictions.
Yes, and understand, I think it's very important and critical that individuals have that embalming or funeral knowledge, because in order to professionally and correctly respond to our clients, the family, if there's a problem with their deceased loved ones, they should also be able to intelligently speak in either area.
Mhm.
Okay, so the goal is not to say that they do not need the basic knowledge, but if that is not the area that they feel that they can matriculate best, then it should not be mandatory for them to have pass both the arts as well as the science exam and go in either path.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for your testimony. It's really helpful.
Thank you.
Sandra Williams has not joined us, so we're going to turn to our government witness, John McGuire, who is the chairperson of the Board of Funeral Directors. And as a government witness, I would like to swear you in before you're seated, if you don't mind raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you
And
for
you
having
can
me.
provide your testimony whenever you're ready. Your mic is already on.
All right, sir. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and staff. My name is John McGuire, and I'm the chairman of the District of Columbia Board of Funeral Directors, located within the District of Columbia Department. How's that?
We want to make sure we pick you up on the microphone so all the folks who are listening intently for your testimony online can
All
hear you.
right.
Yep.
Start again?
Yeah, you can
Okay,
start again. It's
very
fine.
good. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff. My name is John McGuire, and I'm the chair of the District of Columbia Board of Funeral Directors, located within the District of Columbia Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. The board is a licensing and regulatory body for funeral directors and funeral establishments operating in the district. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to testify before the committee regarding B 25-0050, the Funeral Director Licensing Reform Amendment Act of 2023. Bill 25-0050 would, 1, create an embalmer's license, 2, amend the funeral director's license, and 3, establish requirements for funeral directing or embalming internship. The board supports the intent of Bill 25-0050 as drafted. Prior to the hearing, the board shared written comments on the bill with the committee. Today, I will focus on 3 substantive changes the board would like for the council to consider. Other substantive changes are addressed in the written supplement. A number of states around the country have adapted separate funeral service licenses that allow individuals to perform limited funeral services. There are many individuals within the funeral service profession who desire only to offer services, such as arranging or conducting funerals, only prepare decedents for services, or both. As such, the board strongly recommends that the bill be amended to include an additional combination license that would allow individuals to perform both functions as funeral director and embalmer, as our current license allows. These three license categories, funeral director, embalmer, and a combination license, would mirror neighboring states, Maryland and Virginia. In addition to a funeral director and embalmer license, Maryland offers a mortician's license. Virginia offers a funeral service license that allows the licensee to direct a funeral and embalm. In addition to adding a combination license that would allow one to provide funeral services and embalming, the board recommends strengthening the internship requirement. Specifically, the board recommends amending the bill to require applicants be enrolled in or have graduated from an accredited mortuary science program and to take the intern DC law examination before being issued a license, as required by other license types and is now the case. We strongly believe that these should be retained. We also suggest that before passing the bill, the committee reach out to the University of the District of Columbia to ascertain how a separate director embalmer education requirements will be accommodated in their mortuary science program. Although not directly related to the licensing of funeral directors or embalmers, the board recommends that the council consider amending the bill to address how unclaimed cremated human remains are handled. Specifically, the board suggests that funeral establishments be allowed to dispose of cremated remains that have not been claimed by the next of kin after a certain time. Some jurisdictions around the country have a statutory limit on the time an establishment must keep unclaimed cremains, after which time the unclaimed cremated remains may be disposed of in a respectful manner. By adding this and giving legal protection to disposition, a great burden will be taken off establishments having to store cremated remains that the next of kin did not collect, therefore avoiding liability. Finally, as mentioned above, prior to the hearing, the board shared written comments with the bill with the committee. Those comments included several technical corrections for the committee's consideration. I've included those comments as an attachment to my written testimony. Board thanks you, Councilman McDuffie, for holding today's hearing and hopes that the council will consider our recommendations. As always, the board members and staff are available to consult on any funeral service matter. So this concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for being with us and for testifying. Ms. McGuire, I think one of the questions I want to begin with is just some clarity for people who might be wondering. In Maryland, I know that they offer, I believe, 3 licenses: funeral director, mortician, and embalmer.
Correct.
Okay.
The mortician license being combination funeral director and embalmer.
Ah, so you anticipated my question and already answered it.
And same with Virginia, their funeral service license is a combination of both.
Okay, okay, but they don't specifically refer to it as a mortician license?
No, Virginia uses the term funeral service license.
Okay,
Mhm.
so they also have essentially 3 licenses that one might acquire:
Correct.
embalmer, funeral services, or a combination of the 2.
Mhm.
Got it. And you're essentially seeking that the District of Columbia become in line with what's being offered regionally by Maryland and Virginia?
Well, that seems to be a national trend, if you will, where
Okay.
many more jurisdictions are going in that direction. So we wouldn't be an outlier if that were the case.
Okay. You testified and recommended strengthening the draft internship component from requiring applicants to have a high school diploma or higher to requiring applicants to be enrolled in or have graduated from an accredited mortuary science program and take the intern DC law examination before being issued a license. Can you explain why you believe enrollment or graduation from a mortuary science program should be required to be an intern?
That is the case now. That's a requirement now. It has worked for us in the past. It's my personal opinion and probably board members' opinion also that in order to serve an internship or apprenticeship, as it's called now, you need that educational background, knowledge. You can't be thrusted into a profession without some type of basic knowledge. And that basic knowledge is gained through the academic portion of securing your associate degree.
So what's the significance of the suggested change from apprenticeship to internship?
It's just a matter of terms.
Okay. all right.
Currently, it's called apprenticeship. The new legislation calls it internship. Same thing.
Okay. All right. So hence the requirement, the educational requirements you believe should remain unchanged.
Correct.
Okay.
Except there may be not a problem, but as I mentioned, may want to confirm with the University of District of Columbia Mortuary Science Program that they can set up their curricula to support the two separate licenses.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Right, because right now it is one program, and the program is accredited by a national organization, which means that they will probably have to go through different things with that national organization to set up possibly two separate programs.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how popular that program is at the University of District of Columbia. I do know somebody who actually matriculated through that program and was licensed as a funeral director or funeral service provider. And so I think that is important to verify. Thank you for making that suggestion. You also testified to advise the council to include a provision to address how unclaimed cremated human remains are handled to avoid establishment liability.
Correct.
I think you also mentioned some standards. I don't know if you mentioned it as a national or specific to a jurisdiction, but is there a preferred timeline or generally accepted practice with respect to disposal of unclaimed human remains?
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. I would think that probably 60, 90 days would be sufficient time for a family who intended to retrieve the person's remains. That would be a sufficient length of time for me.
Do you know
to do it.
if other jurisdictions have established it in the law? Do you know if Maryland or Virginia have?
I don't know if Maryland or Virginia has, but I know that there are some, and we can research and get that to you if it's something you would want.
That would be helpful if you could,
Okay.
if you could follow up with the committee on
All right.
that. The law, this proposed bill requires the board to provide the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and all facilities and agencies with a list of all funeral services establishments and a list of funeral directors and other personnel authorized to receive human remains for care and preparation. Does the board anticipate any barriers if the council expands this list? Just perhaps to include reporting on demographic data such as race or gender?
Well, we, in our comments that we submitted to the board, one comment on that was the current legislation, and I don't have it right in front of me. This probably 6 or 7, 8, 9, 10 agencies that the board is supposed to notify of who has licenses. And those agencies are physical therapy offices. If you give me a moment, I can find it here, I think. But I think that has, oh, here it is. Code 44-501 lists ambulatory surgical facilities, home care agencies, maternity centers, renal dialysis facilities, and so forth. That there's no need for the board to notify those types of organizations for who has funeral director licenses. So we do think that the medical examiner's office, the vital records office, and hospitals do need that information, but not those other organizations that are listed in the current law.
I appreciate that. That's helpful. And I know you're testifying in your capacity as Chair of the DC Board of Funeral Directors, but that is a very prominent name in this industry. And I wanted to ask whether you are affiliated with McGuire Funeral Home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I ask because it's one that is most prominent in my family and I have had the, several members of my family actually
Thank you, sir.
work with you all. So it's great to see you. I really appreciate that you're committed to public service in the district and taking the time to come down and testify. This is very helpful. We may have a little bit more follow-up too
That's fine.
on some of the things related to this bill, but your testimony's been really helpful.
All right. And then I know you have our staff contact information and also my personal information so you can get a hold of.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I want to thank everybody who testified on proposed Bill 25-50, the Funeral Directors Licensing Reform Amendment Act of 2023. The next measure we're going to consider is Bill 25-471, the Domestic Partnership Joint Filing Clarification Act of 2023, which was introduced by Chairman Mendelson on September 18th, 2023, and referred to the committee on September 19th of last year. This bill would allow parties to a domestic partnership to file their income taxes on separate returns. Current law only permits domestic partners filing separately to do so on a combined form. There are no public witnesses, so I will welcome back Alyssa Borges, who's Assistant Attorney General, Counsel to the Office on Tax and Revenue, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and just remind you that you are still under oath. Good morning to you once again. You can begin your testimony for this bill.
Good morning again, Chairman McDuffie. I'm Alyssa Borges, Assistant General Counsel of the Office of Tax and Revenue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of OTR on Bill 25-471. This bill seeks to amend DC Code Section 47-180501 to add a new filing status for registered domestic partners to allow each domestic partner to file a separate return and also to strike an obsolete reference for filing statuses available to married same-sex individuals. Okay. With regard to the portion on registered domestic partners, by way of background, the filing statuses historically available to district taxpayers on both their federal and district tax returns are single, married filing jointly, and married filing separately. And later, filing statuses of head of household and surviving spouse were added. In 2007, the council enacted the Domestic Partnership Joint Filing Act, which established a process for individuals to establish a domestic partnership under DC Code Section 32702. And with regard to taxes, they could, DC Code 47-1805 was amended to allow, but not require, domestic partners to file either a joint return or separate returns, as if the federal government recognized the right of domestic partners to file jointly. For some context as to how district taxpayers actually file their district tax returns, which is relevant with the filing season starting to next week for the current tax year. But OTR received in tax year 2022 the following district income tax returns for tax year 2022. I'm not, the breakdown is in my written testimony. I'm not going to read every one, but for 2022, OTR received a total of 422,927 returns total. Of that total, 126 just 126 returns, or less than 0.03%, were filed by registered domestic partners. So we're talking about a small fraction of taxpayers who file in the district. Okay. Since domestic partners are by definition not married, under current law, they have the option to file a district income tax return as single, or if applicable, head of household, and are not required to file a separate return. Therefore, OTR believes that the addition of a new filing status of registered domestic partners filing separately is unnecessary, that it will confuse individuals in a domestic partnership and actually may result in them owing more taxes than if they would otherwise owe if they simply filed as single or head of household if applicable. With regard to the provision in the code in the bill regard to married same-sex individuals, in 2010, the council enacted the Income Tax Joint Filing Clarification Act of 2009 to add the following subsection J. Married same-sex individuals may file either a joint return or a separate return on a combined form prescribed by the CFO, as if the federal government recognized the right of married same-sex individuals to file jointly. Following the landmark decision of the Supreme Court in United States v. Windsor and Obergefell v. Hodges, the federal government has recognized the right of same-sex married individuals to file a joint tax return since 2013, and a fundamental right of same-sex individuals to marry since 2015. As a result, it is appropriate at the very least to amend subsection G to reflect federal law following the U.S. Supreme Court decisions in the Windsor and Obergefell cases. Moreover, since same-sex married individuals are simply married individuals, there is no longer a need as a legal matter for subsection G, and the committee should consider repealing it in its entirety. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
And thank you for your testimony. Just looking at the information you provided in your testimony, which provided helpful context for how district taxpayers actually file the district tax returns. Recognizing that domestic partnership isn't a marriage, I want to just note that there are three statuses essentially that you could claim when you file your district tax return, if you're married. Married filing jointly, married filing separately on the same return, and the third one is married filing separately. Correct?
Correct.
Which is actually the fewest of the three.
Correct.
Okay. And if you're unmarried, you can file as single, you can file as head of household, you can file as a surviving spouse. With respect to domestic partnerships, I think relevant to this measure, currently you can file registered domestic partners filing jointly, which you could also do if you're married, filing jointly. You can file as registered domestic partners filing separately on the same return.
Correct.
Correct? Which, if you're married, you can file married filing separately on the same return. Here's where it seems to be different. If you're married, you can file married filing separately, but there is no option for domestic partners to file separately.
So the way I would look at it this way, and yes, that there's not an option for married individuals for registered domestic partners to file separately, because their option is to file single rather than as a registered domestic partner filing separately. And these aren't just the tax benefits are greater for filing single than they would be for married filing separately. So I would look at it this way. Married filing, if you file married filing separately, you are not eligible for the earned income tax credit. There are some other tax benefits that it's not as advantageous. So married filing separate people now file that way only because that's how they have to file, that they are required to file either jointly or separately for federal. The district has the separately on the same return, which is essentially a joint return, but it lets them compute their taxes separately for that. But a married individual does not have the option to file single. Registered domestic partners do. And like.
Why is that?
Because that's their filing status for their federal return. So that's their file. So if most unmarried individuals who are in a registered domestic partnership likely do file single because that is the most advantageous tax status for them. They have to do it federally. The district gives them the option if they want to file a joint return with their registered domestic partner or separately on a combined return,
Right.
they can, but they always have that option of filing single.
But why not just give them the option to file as domestic partners filing separately?
The council could absolutely make that option that they would do it. I think the answer would be, other than just creating it, I think that if taxpayers were to choose that and not understand it or be confused by it, that would likely have adverse consequences for them because they would probably wind up owing more tax or not be eligible for other benefits. It just adds a little bit added complexity with probably from a financial point, no benefit to them.
Got it. Just for the purpose of clarification, if something is required of an individual or in terms of tax purposes on the federal side, is it therefore also required as a floor essentially for district tax filing purposes?
So the general answer is that in general, district taxpayers have to use the same filing status that they use at the federal level. But there were two reasons when, two big ones when the district diverged from that. One is the district created a separate sort of, I'll call it married filing jointly extra, which was called married filing separately on the same return, which is a way for them to calculate their taxes in a way, but then combine it so that they're not hit with the marriage penalty for certain issues. The other one where the district diverged was we're going to create something special for registered domestic partners and for same-sex couples to allow them to file jointly if they so choose, or have that if they choose to do so. And those, as we'll talk on the other part of the bill, the federal world has changed with regard to same-sex couples, but registered domestic partners is not a filing status at the federal level.
Got it. But it wouldn't preclude the District of Columbia from adding that status.
No.
Okay. And then along those lines, what, if any, fiscal impact would there be to allow domestic partners to file separate returns?
So, again, OTR hasn't calculated, and that'll be an ORA. I would think, just logically, it's likely that individuals who would opt for registered domestic partner filing separately would likely owe more tax.
Mhm.
I don't know how much that would be and where they would come up with that and do that, but it may be marginal, but they would probably be a tax increase of some sort.
In other words, it's not likely to cost the District of Columbia if this were change were to be implemented, this law would be
No,
passed?
There would probably be some administrative costs for OTR to like be able to do that and to add that, but,
Do you have it? I won't hold you to it if you can't answer definitively, recognizing that there's still gonna be some work that OTR would do if this is passed by the council. But if this law were passed and enacted, how long would it take, in your estimation, for OTR to implement it? Would it be in time for the 2024 tax filing cycle or no?
for that, would we do April 15th, 2024?
Mhm.
No, it would have to be for tax year 2024, tax filing season, April 2025. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I don't think I have any additional questions at the moment. If we do, we'll follow up. And if you have any information you want to provide the committee, please follow up with us.
I will. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for your testimony. The next measure for consideration by the committee is Bill 25-240, the United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023, which was introduced by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau on April 3rd, 2023, and referred to the committee on April 4th of last year. As introduced, the bill would provide an abatement of real property taxes on real property owned by the United Negro College Fund. And we have a number of public witnesses who have signed up. And I'm gonna remind the folks who are testifying virtually to mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Desiree Boykin, Olivia Byrne, Early Reese, Ashley Ruff, good morning to each of you. Thank you for joining us in person this morning. I'm going to turn to Desiree Boykin, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, United Negro College Fund, for your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair McDuffie and members of the CBED. My name is Desiree C. Boykin, and I serve as Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary of the Corporation for the United Negro College Fund, or UNCF. I am here to testify in support of legislation B 25-0240, United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023, which is a request to continue UNCF's abatement for 10 more years. And thank you to Councilmember Nadeau for introducing the bill. In 2010, UNCF chose to move its headquarters from Fairfax, Virginia to Washington, D.C. Since that time, UNCF's headquarters has directly and positively impacted district residents and students by placing valuable collegiate resources at their fingertips. UNCF currently has about 150 employees at our headquarters, 37 of which are DC residents, and many of our DC employees are minorities, including women. UNCF provides scholarship dollars to many students attending college in the district, including its two historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, Howard University and the University of the District of Columbia. The faculty, employees, and students at these HBCUs produce and consume a wide range of goods and services, which spurs economic activity on and beyond campus. This economic activity means jobs, growth, and more vibrant communities. Meanwhile, DC's workforce is bolstered by a steady supply of highly trained and success-oriented HBCU graduates. UNCF also generates significant indirect revenue for the district through special events like its annual Amanda's Gala, business meetings for its members and board, student conferences, and conventions. These events generate revenue for DC's hospitality industry, including hotels, restaurants, and entertainment, and the travel industry to include airfare, ground transportation, and use of DC's metro system. UNC is working diligently in DC area communities to make a difference, and each year we help students successfully realize their dreams of a college education. Many area corporations, foundations, organizations, and hundreds of everyday people from the community show their support and appreciation of UNCF by volunteering their time and through their generous donations. The students UNCF traditionally serves are from low to moderate income families, are often the first in their family to attend college. More than 50% of UNCF scholars come from families with incomes under $30,000. For the 10-year period, 2014 through 2024, the current academic year thus far, UNCF has awarded over $9.6 million in scholarships to hundreds of DC residents, helping them to get to and through college. UNCF's support of non-DC residents attending college in the district brought more than $26.5 million to the local economy. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to your continued support.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm not sure if you've already provided your testimony electronically, but we would love to have it if you have not yet.
Absolutely.
Next is Olivia Byrne. Good morning to you. You need testimony.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. My name is Olivia Byrne, and I'm a partner at the law firm of Cale Gates here in DC and a resident of DC. We are outside counsel to the United Negro College Fund with regard to their request for a continuation of the real property tax abatement for the UNCF National Headquarters Office at Progression Place, located at 1805 7th Street, Northwest in Ward 1 in the Shaw neighborhood. UNCF moved their headquarters office from New York City to Fairfax, Virginia in 1996. They were to be closer to Washington, D.C. I remember in 2010 when UNCF chose to move its headquarters from Fairfax, Virginia into the district. At that time, you may recall, UNCF was given a 10-year real property tax abatement, which was awarded in 2012, with the hope that it would be renewed upon expiration. The tax abatement is now expired, and we are here to ask that it be renewed in the 2025 budget. UNCF has been a valuable DC citizen and made many important contributions to the DC community. We want that to continue. Today, you will hear testimony from Early Reese, Chief Operating Officer. You just heard from Desiree Boykin, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary, among others, about the contributions UNCF has made to the district. UNCF also generated significant direct and indirect revenue to the district through A Mind is a Purple Thing Toys Gala and various board meetings, conferences, and conventions. This includes hotels, airfare, restaurants, catering, and entertainment, and many other benefits to the district. There are around 150 employees at the UNCF headquarters office, and 37 of those are DC residents. UNCF occupies 50% of the Progression Place building sitting on the Shaw Metro. UNCF draws many guests to our city and puts us on the map nationally through supporting HBCUs such as Howard University and UDC, among others. UNCF has been a shining light in the Shaw neighborhood, and we want to preserve that in the district. As you may know, UNCF has been the catalyst to revitalize retail and housing in its neighborhood, DC neighborhood of Shaw. The district's investment in UNCF will continue to provide unique and important benefits to all citizens of DC for many years to come. We hope you will support this request for an extension of UNCF's tax abatement, since it is important that we retain our valuable organizations in the district. UNCF is definitely one of these very important organizations to our city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you today about UNCF.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Early Reese. You plan on providing oral testimony as well?
Yes, I do.
Sure, please, you can begin your testimony. If you can turn your mic on. Thanks.
Okay. Well, first of all, greetings to Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of legislation B 250240, United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment for the year 2023. We may sound like a broken record because we're going to repeat a lot of the same information, but I am the Chief Operating Officer for the United Negro College Fund, and I'm pleased to be here today to thank you for your past real property tax abatement and to ask for a continuation of the abatement for another 10 more years. I was here 10 years ago, walking the halls, sharing what benefits we thought we would provide and hearing your incentives that the city offered in terms of tax abatement, in terms of additional reasons for us to come to the district. UNCF is a 501c3 nonprofit that's headquartered here. Our mission is to build a robust pipeline of underrepresented students who, because of UNCF's support, become highly qualified college graduates, and to ensure that our network of member institutions is a respected model of best practices in moving students to and through college. Now, some of us might recall when a high school education was enough to get a good paying job. That has changed. Without a college education today, your chances of succeeding in getting jobs that will lead you to the middle class and above are really non-existent. I'd like to give you 3 examples of things that we do for the district. First of all, in the year 2022-23, we provided 293 district residents who were students funding in the form of scholarships. Now, there was over 454 scholarships for spring and fall semester, but the amount was $1.190 million. A lot of funds came out of that. And if we break that down into like 3 specific scholarships, we have one scholarship called the Fidelity Investment Scholarship Package. 25 students over the next 4 years will receive $1.3 million of funding to help with their financial aid. We also provide funds I'm out of time, so my words are in writing here, but the point is, we believe we've been good for the district and the district has been good to us. We'd like to find a way to continue that support.
Thank you for your testimony. Each of you for your testimony. We certainly would like to get your testimony in writing as well. I'm not sure I heard all the numbers in the other testimony of the other 2 witnesses. So in my round of questions, I'd love to have you finish any specific data points or numbers that you'd like to list for the record so that it is included in today's hearing.
Great. Well, we've talked about the significant scholarship funds. Desiree talked about $9 million over the last 10 years. I'm talking about $1.190 million in the last fiscal year. And every year we're providing scholarships to Howard University, to UDC, and to the other schools in the district, George Washington, American U. All of those institutions get scholarships from us of minority students attending. The other important factor is we do bring economy to the system, whether it's through the airlines, the hotels, the events we put on. We're a significant force, and I think to be reckoned with. The number of employees that we hire here.
I heard that portion of the testimony and the other 2 witnesses. I wanted to just give you another opportunity, though, if there was something unique that wasn't already stated by the other 2 witnesses with respect to the investments made in students who reside in District of Columbia and attend colleges, not only here, but around the country. So I think that is, it's all important, but I certainly wanted to sort of amplify that aspect of your testimony.
Not in the
students
here,
person.
not in the material, but around the country, we provide support in the neighborhood of $70 million to students around the country.
Thank you for that. I have just a few questions I'd like to ask before we go to our next panel of witnesses. And while I'm asking my questions, I'll ask if Robert Branham can join us up in the fourth seat. Won't be testifying just yet, but I want to make sure we are being efficient with our time.
Mhm.
You all have read the government witnesses' testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. And
The
you've had the
CFO.
opportunity to review the tax abatement financial analysis prepared by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer?
I read the statement prepared by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
And I think he looked at the last 3 years of our performance and said, we've done quite well since the pandemic.
Yeah, and I
And-
want to get your reaction to the actual numbers, because that is essentially what is included in the TAFA analysis, what we refer to it. It says that the proposed tax abatement in this measure is not financially necessary. That's the conclusion that the Office of the Chief Financial Officer reached. And so I love any information you can provide with respect to that finding that might challenge the conclusion,
Well,
or give us
I'd beg to
additional
differ.
information to consider.
Yeah,
as
with
committee.
respect to the report, there are at least two issues that I'd like to raise. One, when we look at revenue, we have to think as a not-for-profit, we primarily exist to raise restricted funds that's distributed to our students and our institutions in the forms of scholarships, internships, grants. Over 85% of our budget is earmarked to that, and the numbers will reflect that. Our unrestricted funding, which is around $45 to $48 million, depending on which year you're looking at, goes to cover salaries of our 290 employees and cover operating expenses, including the mortgage on our building. That's $48 million a year. So if you divide whatever number you're looking at into that, when I look at between $450,000 and $500,000 in real estate tax abatement, that's somewhere around 1% of our unrestricted operating budget. It is critical to understand that, because those are the funds that we have to operate on. And so those other dollars, while they look audacious, and we are so proud that we have many people willing to give us scholarship dollars to support our students and our mission, we can't use that to pay our operating expenses. And so I would like for us to consider, I would rather spend $500,000 a year on additional scholarships to minority students around the country and in the district than paying it on property tax. So I would say, looking at the economic benefits that we provide, that we'd be more than happy to work to show that we are getting a return on this investment, and the city is as well.
Okay, just to make sure I understand the point you were making earlier. When I read the testimony that we're going to hear from the CFO's office, it says, based on the applicant's latest financial statement, the estimated 2024 annual tax liability represents a small percentage of both the unrestricted, undesignated net assets and the disaster recovery fund, either of which can be used to cover its real property tax liability. Do you take issue with anything there? Oh, let me finish. It says, furthermore, the estimated tax liability represents less than 0.5% of the applicant's annual revenue over the past 3 years.
That's a fact as it relates to our total revenue. Unrestricted revenue, as I said, was 48 million. And if you divide that 500,000 into that, you're closer to a 0.1%.
Okay.
And so I would stand by that as saying it's a significant amount of money. But the question is, when you've got a small operating budget, you've got to make choices about how you spend it. And so if I've got to allocate funds to operating expenses, then it's going to reduce the funds I have available for our
And I think
schools.
it's worth noting, and perhaps I'll ask a question with our government witness next, but the chief financial officer's tax abatement financial analysis really doesn't consider I shouldn't say really, it doesn't consider the policy implications or, the good that might come of an organization in terms of its mission, investments made in students, et cetera. It's really just looking at the numbers. And so I think that's important to mention.
Councilmember McDuffie, one other
Sure.
point is when they moved here from Virginia to DC, the, part of the reason we're getting the abatement is they were going to realize additional costs because it was increased cost being in the district versus Virginia. So that difference or so-called gap still continues to be here. So I just want to point that out and remind everybody that they did come from Virginia and are incurring increased cost here in the district. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, the tax abatement financial analysis mentions that as well. That the applicant received a 10-year abatement on the property when it relocated to the property in 2012 from Fairfax County, Virginia. It says that this tax abatement ended on September 30th, 2022. Any information about why UNCF didn't seek renewal of the tax abatement before the initial 10-year term expired in September 30th, 2022?
Well, we had it on our game plan to do that. Somehow between scheduling it and getting it started, we were a little late. We started it in 23. We should have started it in 22.
Okay. All right, I don't have any additional information or questions that I want to ask at the moment of this panel. Is there anything else you want to add to the record before I move on to my next witnesses?
Just that we appreciate the effort that the city has done in the past. We think we've been good partners and you all have been good partners, and we'd like to see that continue. We'd like to see some effort being made to try to find and reallocate funds to cover the abatement.
I do actually have one more question. The testimony, I think, may have been Olivia Byrne who mentioned it. How many employees are at the headquarters at UNCF?
About 135 employees are in Washington at our headquarters, and of that, I believe, Desiree, it's about 35, 40. 37 employees are DC residents, and some of them are property owners.
Okay, all right. And then what is, generally speaking, do you all have a?
I'm sorry, Councilman McDuffie, I apologize. There's about 150 employees at our DC headquarters, 37 of which are DC residents.
Got it. Okay. Is there I'm trying to get a sense of how many are like maybe working remotely versus how many are in person. You all have a policy in terms of like remote work right now, given everything that's happened with the pandemic, and it seems like everybody is adjusting to the sort of new work environment.
So we are adapting like everybody else to a remote work environment. The pandemic, we all work from home for nearly 3 years.
Right.
Since October of last year, we implemented for staff 2 days in the office and 3 days at home. For our leadership and management team, 3 days in the office and 2 days working remotely. And we are going to be monitoring that over the next year or two to get back to what we will call some post-COVID steady state. And I can't tell you exactly what that's going to look like.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next on our witness list, we're going to pull in our virtual witnesses. As I mentioned, Rob Brennan is here in person, so you can come on up to the table. And we're going to hear from you. Then we also have Patricia Burton McFadden, Sekou Biddle, Meredith Anderson, Kevin Peterman is here in person, I understand. I'll call it Kosua Ali. Keith Johnson, Rodriguez Mary, Aaron Stallworth, Kari Armster, William Brown Sr., Christine Miller, Eric Goldstein, Paris Fleming, and Naomi Cogs. And I'm going to begin with the two witnesses who have joined us in person. Thank you for joining us in person this morning. We'll start with Robert Vincent Branham. Good to see you. You can begin your testimony. You'll each have 3 minutes.
Greetings and salutations, Chairman McDuffie. I am Robert Benson Branham. I have held several community-based leadership roles as president, chairman, and board member across the District of Columbia. I'm a former ANC commissioner and president emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to support Bill 25-0240, the United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. For the record, let me state that I am a former employee of UNCF, having served as the assistant to the Director of Government Affairs, Niles C. White, and while Christopher F. Edley served as its president. When UNCF made its decision to relocate its national headquarters from Virginia to the historic U Street Shaw neighborhood, it was well received and viewed as a strong comeback for the district's economy. It also provided the financial flexibility for UNCF to offer needed financial assistance to minority students of color to attend and to succeed in higher education. It is not necessary for me to cite the numbers of students who have benefited not only from the mission and work of UNCF, but also because of the effort and meaning from the tax abatement. Extending this tax abatement would help to sustain and to continue the financial stability of UNCF as a Black higher education North Star. Tax abatements are government policy statements used for civic and economic purposes to enhance the quality of life and services to its residents. This tax abatement extension is such a measure and should be approved by the committee. Mr. Chairman, before I rest from my testimony, I do raise two other points for the attention of the council. First, I am requesting the correction of the Committee of the Whole record regarding the nomination of Ms. Marie Johns to the DC Sentencing Commission to reflect I testified in favor of her appointment. Second, in the matter of the nomination of Dr. Christopher Rodriguez to be the District of Columbia's Chief Technology Officer, I stand in strong opposition and request the council to act swiftly to reject his appointment. In closing, I strongly support the bill before us and urge the council and the committee to approve it. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Branham. Our next witness is Kevin Peterman. Thank you for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Greetings, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning in support of legislation B250240, the United Negro College Fund's Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. This morning, I rise as Kevin Lamar Peterman, a resident of Ward 6 here in Washington, D.C., and I currently serve as the Assistant Vice President and Deputy Chief of Staff of the United Negro College Fund and as an Associate Pastor of Washington's historic Shiloh Baptist Church. I rise this afternoon in support of this legislation that would grant UNCF a tax abatement for a consecutive 10 years. I was born in Newark, New Jersey, and raised by a single mother and destined for a life that would be defined by poverty and inequality. All of that changed when I moved to Washington, D.C., and was afforded an opportunity to study at a historically Black college by the name of Howard University. This historically Black college education changed the very course of my life and personal trajectory. It made it possible for me to become the first person in my family to earn a college degree and pursue the American dream. The undergraduate degree I received at this historically Black college made it possible for me to become an ordained minister, pursue a professional career in higher education, go on to earn undergraduate degrees at both Princeton and the University of Pennsylvania. While at Howard, a historically Black college, we were taught that we play our blessings forward. That simply means that when you reach a level of personal or professional success, you have a moral responsibility to open the door for someone else, or as Marion Barry would say, the least, the lost, and the left behind. I stand today in support of this tax abatement because the UNCF every day opens the doors for poor Black students, boys and girls like myself, who were born with one problem, that they were born poor or less fortunate than their privileged counterparts. We should be proud to have an organization like the United Negro College Fund in our city. UNCF is requesting this support, and I think that we as residents and citizens of the District of Columbia should be proud to have this organization that continues to do great work. As my colleague Early Reese mentioned earlier today, UNCF raises more than $1 million per year for residents, for students within the District of Columbia. Those students like myself deserve a college education and deserve support from the United Negro College Fund and from the District of Columbia. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony today and for sharing the personal story too. I really appreciate that. Our next witness is Patricia Burton McFadden. She's not been able to join us. We're going to turn next to Councilmember Sekou Biddle, who's joined us virtually. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. You begin your testimony.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Sekou Biddle, and for the last 11 and a half years, I've had served as Vice President for UNCF. Prior to this role, I had the pleasure of serving as a member of the DCPS Board of Education, the DC State Board of Education, and as an at-large member of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm going to share some more personal professional insights from my tenure developing and leading our K-12 advocacy and community engagement work to illuminate the dividends from the district's investment in a tax abatement for UNCF, and ask that you support the proposed bill before you. Making UNCF part of the district's community allows me to blend my professional interest in supporting the college-going ambitions of students and families with my personal passion for supporting families and students in the district. A few things really stand out to me about the work my team and I have been able to do in the last 11 years and the impact in the district. Each year, our K-12 Education Fellowship supports HBCU students in serving in paid internships in the district, in district-based education nonprofits such as PAVE, KIPP DC, Achievement Prep, Statesman College Preparatory Academy for Boys, and the City Teaching Alliance, to name a few. Additionally, for several years, we've hosted our annual student leadership conferences in the district, bringing dozens of college students to the district for several days to support their professional and career development. Being a member of the district's education community has allowed us to work in numerous high schools in the district, providing resources such as our HBCU guide, parent toolkit, and of course, guidance on how to access scholarships and paid internships. I have personally been able to visit and work with students and parents and educators in Roosevelt High School, Ballou, Dunbar, Thurgood Marshall Academy, Cesar Chavez Public Charter Schools, and my alma mater, Wilson Jackson Reading. In our College Knowledge Center, we have been able to host events to support college enrollment and support other partners that are committed to educational excellence and equity, such as DCPS, Education Forward DC, PAVE, One World, and One World Education, to name a few. As a member of the community, UNCF's team has been regular patrons of numerous local businesses, including Shaw's Tavern, the Howard Theater, and my personal favorite, Ben's Chili Bowl. We have become an employer of choice for district residents interested in supporting our mission, and I've been fortunate to hire at least 5 district residents onto my team alone. UNCF is requesting your support by adopting legislation for the 10-year tax abatement, which will support UNCF in continuing to provide transformational scholarships, programs, and services for DC students and HBCUs. Every dollar that we spend on real estate taxes is a dollar we are not spending on a student. Thank you for making time to review this important issue. I'm happy to discuss and respond to any questions now or later. And please remember that a mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in.
And thank you for your testimony. Always great to hear from a fellow Tiger and a fellow Bison, by the way. I'm going to turn next to Meredith Anderson, who's joined us virtually. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Greetings, Chairman McDuffie and members of the CBED. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of legislation B250240, United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Dr. Meredith Anderson, and I'm a proud Ward 5 resident and homeowner in the District of Columbia. My kids attend school in the district as well. I work for UNCF as the Director of K-12 Advocacy. While I've worked for UNCF for 8 years, UNC has had an impact on my life well beyond my tenure as an employee. I was a Gates Millennium Scholar in college, and the support provided by UNCF has left an indelible mark on my life and allowed me to the opportunity to pursue my collegiate aspirations. And this story is not unique to me. UNCF has impacted lives of thousands of students and families throughout its 80-year existence. In the academic years spanning from 1999 to the present, UNCF has awarded more than $67 million in scholarships to students attending colleges or universities in the district. In my role as director on the advocacy team, I have worked not only to provide empirical research related to educational equity, but to do so by elevating the voices of parents, students, and educators. For example, we have held several summits at our DC headquarters where DC charter leaders, DCPS leaders, and community activists participated as panelists. For the HBCU Summit, DCPS Chancellor Dr. Louis Farabee delivered a dynamic keynote amplifying the commitment of DCPS to partner with HBCUs. Each summit uplifted the excellent work in DC and garnered national media attention. Throughout the advocacy team's 12-year existence, we have elevated promising practices from DC on the national level. Over the years, I've presented research to DC PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voice in Education, to their large parent network, and we have uplifted their leaders at various conferences across the country. As a UNCF employee, I've also had the opportunity to provide subject matter expertise by leading professional development for several DC organizations such as KIP DC, and providing insight for local media outlets such as WJLA. UNCF has also provided college preparation assistance to local students in the area at our headquarters as well. Additionally, through our UNCF K-12 Fellowship, we have provided diverse talent to DC schools and nonprofits for nearly 15 years. So while UNCF's footprint is deep in providing scholarships, we are also committed to research and community engagement in the district. UNCF is requesting your support by adopting this legislation for another 10-year tax abatement, which will support UNCF in continuing to provide scholarships and services for students in HB institutions. Every dollar that we spend on real estate taxes is a dollar that we are not spending on students. Your adoption and funding of this legislation and abating UNCF's real property taxes for another 10 years provides significant benefits to the citizens and economy of DC for years to come. We hope you support this request, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next witness is Akosu Ali. Thank you for joining us virtually. It's always great to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and greetings to the members of the committee. Again, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Akosu Ali. I'm a second-generation Washingtonian, DC native, born and raised in the Shaw U Street neighborhood. Sharing my DC roots beginning with being born at Howard University Hospital right here in this Shaw neighborhood, and growing up in my childhood home here in LaDroit Park off Florida Avenue in Ward 1 is significant because I'm a member of this community that is now the home of UNCF headquarters. Although my family and I are now homeowners and residents in the Penn Branch Hillcrest community of Ward 7, Shaw was my first home. I remember the gun violence and drug epidemic that plagued this very community. And UNCF headquarters presence in this community has brought significant revitalization and economic vitality to this community. I've testified before you many times, serving in my civil rights capacity for over 13 years now as president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. But today I am honored to advocate for this critical legislation in my professional capacity as the senior vice president of the United Negro College Fund. Founded in 1944, UNCF is a trusted global brand of Black excellence in higher education with a formidable network of member institutions serving thousands of students every day. UNCF UNCF is a historic flagship organization that has championed America's promise of making higher education available and accessible to all students, particularly African Americans, while breaking cycles of generational poverty and closing the wealth gap. UNCF has a total of 175 positions at headquarters, 150 active employees, and 37 staff are DC residents here in the District of Columbia. UNCF has awarded over 1,300 scholarships, totaling over $4.2 million to students attending colleges and universities in DC in the academic year of 2023 through 2024 alone. UNCF scholarships within DC benefit UNCF worth over $15 million. Beyond this immediate impact on their academic pursuits, there's a potential long-term benefit to the local economy here in the District of Columbia. Students from DC who pursue education elsewhere with the UNCF scholarship are likely to return to the district to contribute to the community, fostering economic growth. Several of my colleagues will highlight some of the critical work of UNCF, but I want to particularly recognize those members of the council, such as you, Chairman McDuffie, who is known as a graduate of Howard University, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, Trayon White, all of whom are alum of HBCU. So you all are living examples of Black excellence through higher education and the impact of investing in HBCUs. Due to my time, I'm going to provide my written testimony, but I just want to emphasize the importance of our stories, investing in Black youth, invest in the district's economy. Thank you again for the consideration in adopting this legislation for another 10-year tax abatement, and we look forward to your support. Have a great day.
And thank you for your testimony. You have a great day as well. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Keith Johnson. Thank you for joining us today. We're now in the afternoon. So good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the legislation for United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement of 2023. My name is Keith Johnson. I'm a DC native and I'm a Ward 7 resident. I'm a graduate of the University of District of Columbia, graduating with a degree in business management with a concentration on information systems. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian and a son of an entrepreneur who founded and operated a successful certified minority business in DC, which held contacts with the DC government and provided job opportunities for DC residents and formerly incarcerated men at the former DC Lorton prison. After graduating from the University of the District of Columbia, I ascended into management for several nonprofit organizations in DC. In addition, I'm a father raising twin 16-year-old boys who currently attend high school in the District of Columbia at Digital Pioneers Academy. The work UNCF has provided has been pivotal in opening pathways for my HBCU success and instilling strong appreciation for academic excellence. Critical in raising 2 young Black men in Washington, D.C. They will need all of UNCF's resources for access to their HBCU of choice and scholarships to provide to them to forward school. I have also used UNCF resources to engage local youth at DC public schools and charter schools through my fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, through our national program, Go to High School, Go to College, providing them opportunities to access college. Today, I work for UNCF as an information technology professional, supporting strategic development and donor relations for our UNCF 37-member HBCU institutions. Over the past 8 decades, UNCF has more than doubled the number of minority students attending college. UNCF has been pivotal in advocating for resources and HBCUs and universities, including UDC and Howard. For nearly 80 years, UNCF has made transformative impact on our generations of students' achievement of higher education and economical sustainability in the District of Columbia. Since 1999, UNCF has awarded a total of $67 million in scholarships to students attending colleges and universities in the District of Columbia. With that, I end my testimony and again ask that you support this legislation. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Mr. Johnson, we really appreciate you taking the time to provide it. Our next witness is Aaron Stalwart. It is great to see you. We look forward to hearing your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you as well. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of legislation B25-0240, United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Aaron Stallworth, and I'm a proud resident of the District of Columbia, where I've lived since January of 1999. I've been a resident of Ward 3 since 2018. Before that, I loved living in Ward 5, where I was able to walk to work at UNCF, where I lived from 2009 until 2018. I work for the United Negro College Fund in the Scholarships and Programs Department. UNCF provides full scholarships to students that displayed outstanding leadership skills and strong academic records. The alumni of the program attend esteemed colleges and universities in DC, including but not limited to HBCUs. I know well several alumni of the UNCF Administered Scholarship that are now principals at prominent charter schools, at a prominent charter school here in DC, that are attorneys at major law firms downtown, and recipients of the scholarship that are tech entrepreneurs who have partnered with Sally Mae to help future scholars discover financial resources that UNCF and other education funders provide. Those are just three examples of many of the product of a UNCF scholarship. Career accomplishments like these are achieved due to financial burdens that UNCF scholarships can alleviate. I am proud of the work that I do alongside my colleagues at our headquarters at the corner of 7th and S Street Northwest. I most appreciate having the UNCF space available to host the many scholars that have benefited from our scholarships. Whether I'm taking them on a tour of the building or going up to the rooftop to show them our amazing city, or in hosting the workshops and conferences in our College Knowledge Center on the first floor of the building. UNCF is a true asset to the community. UNCF has awarded 1,370 scholarships to 910 students, totaling $4,218,934 to students from across the country to attend colleges and universities here in Washington, D.C. for the academic year 2023 and 2024 alone. UNCF's significant investment in education through scholarships, with Washington, D.C. resident students benefiting from UNCF scholarships worth over $15,500,000. Beyond the immediate impact on their academic pursuits, there is a potential long-term benefit to the local economy. Students from Washington, D.C. who pursued education elsewhere are likely to return to contribute to the D.C. community, fostering economic growth. It is often the case that individuals from across the country who attended schools in D.C. choose to stay, becoming integral contributors to the local economy, such as myself. I'm from Texas. In the years, and I came here to go to Howard, in the years beyond their college graduation. This underscores the longitudinal nature of UNCF's scholarship impact, not just on individual students, but on the broader socioeconomic landscape of the District of Columbia. Your adoption and funding of this legislation and abating UNCF's real property taxes for another 10 years provides significant benefits to the citizens and economy of the District of Columbia for many years to come. We hope you support this request for an extension of the tax abatement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate having you do so. Our final witness for this panel is Kari Armster. Good afternoon to you. You can turn on your video and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairman Kenny McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of legislation B25-0240, United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Kari Armster. I'm a proud member of Ward 3 and a resident of the District of Columbia. As a UNCF scholarship recipient and HBCU graduate, I am a living testament to the substantial impact of UNCF in assisting students to achieve academic excellence, financial empowerment, and economic stability. Through the help of UNCF scholarships, I was able to graduate from Howard University debt-free. I have heard stories of college graduates burdened with extensive student loans and working to pay them off through the majority of their adulthood. I can thankfully say that because of UNCF, I didn't have to take out loans to complete my undergraduate degree or worry about paying a single balance for each semester. I was able to solely focus on my studies at Howard versus being worried about how I'm going to cover my college tuition expenses. Today, I work for the United Negro College Fund in the Scholarships and Programs Department. Our work focuses on conducting outreach and recruitment for many of our different scholarships, career opportunities, and internships available through UNCF. After securing the funds needed for our programs, we thoughtfully execute ways to contact DC high school and college students to present information to. Through our work, we consistently engage with DC students and inform them of scholarships they are eligible for, how to search for more, and how to appropriately complete applications. We're able to conduct our outreach and recruitment efforts by going to DC schools and hosting in-person information sessions for students. In addition, we host monthly webinars for students and parents where we present opportunities available through UNCF. I am fulfilled by the work we do every time I hear someone thank us for distributing impactful scholarship and internship information that they would have never heard otherwise. The United Negro College Fund is requesting the DC Council approve and fund a 10-year tax abatement, allowing UNCF to continue to remain in DC and provide scholarships, programs, and services for students and DC HBCU institutions. We hope you support this request for an extension of the tax abatement. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Kari Armster. Really appreciate having you testify as well. Great testimony, I think, which sort of crosses a number of reasons and really touches on another reasons that an organization like United Negro College Fund is so vital to students across the country. It's vital to have, I think, organizations, employers like UNCF here in the District of Columbia proper. And so I don't have any questions for any of the witnesses, but I want to definitely thank you all for the testimony that you provided that helps illuminate beyond what we heard from some of the leadership of the organization, but provide some real tangible examples of the work that's happening that perhaps some are less familiar with. I don't know how that I'm very familiar with the work that UNCF is doing. I'm also familiar with the time frame within which UNCF moved to the District of Columbia from Virginia. And although I was not a council member, I remember some of the challenges with the development project along 7th and S Street, and being able to secure an organization like UNCF, not simply because of the employers, the organization and the employees that it brought with it that obviously provide an economic benefit to the District of Columbia, but an organization with such a rich history in our country, particularly for what they've done for minority students, Black people more broadly, is something that is remarkable and definitely needs to be a part of this record. And so I know that we provided tax abatements in the past for different organizations long ago. We provided tax abatements more recently for organizations. I was proud to support an abatement a few years ago for Sankofa along Georgia Avenue, right up the street from Howard University. We recently provided one for Volunteers of America that's supposed to be relocating from Virginia into a development in the southwest quadrant of the District of Columbia, where the city has seen some economic development and are benefiting from the development that is occurring in that neck of the woods. And I think it's important to add that to the record as well, so that the folks who are members of this committee will have it to consider as we think about this tax abatement. And so again, I don't have any questions for this panel. I do want to thank each of you for taking the time to provide your valuable testimony to the committee. It certainly helps create a full record for the committee to consider when taking up this measure. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it certainly doesn't hurt when you have Wilson Jackson Reed Tigers as alum and witnesses, or fellow Howard Bison. We're going to turn next to our government witness for this panel. Rick Liu is a senior policy analyst with the Office of the Finance and Treasury within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And actually, before you all are seated, if you don't mind raising your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Council of the District of Columbia, is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you both. And good afternoon to you. Thanks for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Rick Liu, a senior policy analyst in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's Office of Finance and Treasury, or OCFO. I'm pleased to testify for the OCFO on Bill 250240, the United Negro Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023, or known as the bill. The bill would provide a real property tax abatement to the United Negro College Fund, the applicant's office condominium located in the Shaw Metro Rail Station with an address of 1805 and 1815 7th Street Northwest, known for tax assessment purposes as Square 0441, Lot 2012, or we'll call the property. In general, the bill would provide an annual tax abatement capped at $500,000 for the first year, escalated by 3% annually over the 10-year period, beginning with fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2033. The abatement would continue during this period so long as the property is owned and occupied by the applicant or leased to a nonprofit that works in partnership with and has a mission similar to the applicant. The applicant is a not-for-profit organization established to assist its 37-member historically Black colleges and universities in raising funds for mutually supportive activities, including providing college scholarships to children from low to moderate income families of color. The property serves as the applicant's national headquarters and consists of approximately 50,000 square feet office condominium housed within a larger 319,000 square foot mixed-use building known as Progression Place. The office condominium is spread across multiple levels from floors 1 through 5, along with approximately 200 square feet of ground floor lobby space used to host public activities which support the applicant's mission. The applicant received a 10-year tax abatement on the property when it relocated to the property in 2012 from Fairfax County, Virginia. This tax abatement ended on September 30th, 2022. The bill does not provide a tax abatement for FY 2023. The OCFO reviewed the applicant's audited financial statements over its past 3 fiscal years, FY 2020, 2021, and 2022. The applicant did experience an FY19 deficit in its unrestricted, undesignated assets, which is the discretionary revenue that can be used to cover unanticipated expenses. However, this category of funds has grown considerably in subsequent years. Additionally, beginning in fiscal year 2021, the applicant designated a portion of its operating surplus to a separate disaster recovery reserve to be used during unanticipated events of financial distress or immediate liquidity. Based on the applicant's latest financial statement, the estimated 2024 annual tax liability represents a small percentage of both the unrestricted, undesignated net assets and the disaster recovery fund. Those are separate funds, either of which can be used to cover its real property tax liability. Furthermore, the estimated tax liability represents less than 0.5% of the applicant's annual revenue over the past 3 years, which should not present an issue for its future budgets. Based on the information provided by the applicant and the assets available within the organization, OCFO finds that a tax abatement is not financially necessary. While a separate fiscal impact statement will be prepared, the estimated value of the exemption is $2,091,814 during the financial plan period through 2027, and an additional $3,603,522 for the 6 years following the financial plan period. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Just a few questions, and thank you for your testimony. I quoted your testimony earlier with the witnesses from UNCF, where you mentioned the change in unrestricted and undesignated net assets between fiscal year 2019 and 2021. But I want to give you an opportunity to tell us, what should we take away from that aspect of your testimony, your findings there?
It's likely, due to the, I think, deficit in 2019, that, probably prompted the applicant to establish a disaster recovery fund to hopefully avoid situations like that in the future. And that disaster recovery fund is, largely, can very much be used for things like, like paying property taxes or other events like this.
Okay. You testified that based on the latest financial statement, the estimated 2024 annual tax liability is a small percentage of both the unrestricted, undesignated net assets and the disaster recovery fund. What is the estimated 2024 tax liability?
It would be 500. I think the latest tax liability for the previous 6 months was about 275,000. So it would be 500,000 beginning in 2024.
Right. Okay. Do you remember how much was actually in the disaster recovery fund when you all reviewed it?
Sure. So what was, I guess, submitted in the audited financial statements was, I believe I have the number here. It was about 16.9 million.
I want to once again thank everybody who testified on the last measure, Bill 25-240, the United Negro College Fund Real Property Tax Abatement Extension Amendment Act of 2023. We're going to move on to our next and final measure on the committee's agenda this afternoon. And before I describe it, I want to just mention that we've been rejoined by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker. And now I'm going to talk about Bill 25-471, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023, which was introduced by Councilmember Zachary Parker, along with a number of our colleagues on March 3rd, 2023, and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on March 7th of last year. This bill would establish a district child tax credit allowing qualifying individuals and joint filers to receive $500 for each child, up to 3 children, via a child tax credit subject to a gradual income threshold phase out. I'm going to now turn to, I'll turn to Councilmember Parker to allow for a statement before we turn to our public witnesses.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie, for holding this hearing and for the many neighbors that have already testified today, but also slated to testify for the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. Since taking office last year, I've been clear-eyed and unwaveringly focused on a single goal: to improve the material condition of neighbors in Ward 5 and across the district. At a time when Black and brown children and families disproportionately face the crushing burden of poverty, we must commit ourselves to real proven solutions. This is why I'm proud to introduce the District Child Tax Credit and have championed it in the months since. Countless coalitions and organizations, including the Fair Budget Coalition, the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Empower DC, Bread for the City, the Mothers Outreach Network, and more than a dozen others have added their voice to the chorus of supporters for this proposal. And just a few weeks ago, the Tax Revision Commission released their chairman's mark, which not only endorses the District Child Tax Credit, but expands upon it as an essential part of the lifting the economic floor for some of our most vulnerable neighbors. Why has the proposal received such widespread and enthusiastic approval? I submit that it is because we have already received the evidence showing how effective and transformative it will be. During the pandemic, the expanded federal child tax credit helped reduce poverty for some nearly 60 million children across the country. Pilot models of the child tax credit around the country have had a measurable impact in reducing poverty, improving a host of outcomes for children, including health outcomes, educational outcomes, and economic outcomes. 14 states, including New Jersey, Minnesota, Colorado, and our neighbor Maryland, and even Wyoming, where social safety net policies can be difficult to enact, each have a child tax credit, lifting families out of poverty. It's time for the district to do the same. As expanded upon by the Tax Revision Commission, the District Child Tax Credit will provide a fully refundable tax credit of $1,000 per credit up to 3 children, 17 years of age and younger, for tax filers earning up to $175,000 and joint filers earning up to $200,000, phasing out at higher levels. You may hear discussion about the Tax Revision Commission's proposal today, which differs slightly, as I mentioned earlier, from our original proposal of $500 per child, phasing out at lower levels. An analysis conducted by Max Guinness, co-founder of Policy Engine, found the originally proposed investments would reduce the district's poverty rate by 1.3% and child poverty rates by roughly 5.2%. It is important to note that is for the original proposal of just $500. And so we can only imagine that investing $1,000 per child would have even deeper impacts on our poverty levels. The Guaranteed Income Coalition's analysis also found that the original proposal would impact at least 20% of district families. This means the Tax Revision Commission's expansion on my proposal would have an even greater impact than these already impressive numbers. I'll conclude here. Investing in children and their families means investing in a healthy future for our city. In other words, the district child tax credit wouldn't just be a win for children and their families, it would be a win for all of us. I am eagerly looking forward to today's conversation, and I'm hopeful that we can move on this policy expeditiously so that we can improve the lives of so many across the district. Thank you again, Chairperson McDuffie.
And thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're going to call up our public witnesses. There are several who have signed up to testify in person. We appreciate you joining us in person. Before we call up the virtual witnesses, Kush Karad, Kim Perry, Khadijah Williams, Niels Ribeiro, Imofio, David Schwartzman, Ashley Ruff, Asai Hutchful, we have our first four. Good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us in person at the council this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your testimony. We're going to begin with Khadijah Williams.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Khadijah Williams, the National Director of Policy and Advocacy at LIFT and a member of the DC Poverty Commission, appointed by the mayor and approved by this council. I'm here in support of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 and will share ways in which we can bolster this bill to best serve our city's needs of our residents. I have spent nearly a decade working with the very DC families who would benefit most from this bill. I myself grew up in poverty, and my mom was denied initial support. I not only deeply understand the needs of our community, but I also have heard time and time again one thing, that families need investment in order to thrive. I ask that you invest in DC families by ensuring that this bill passes. It is important to note that cash is only one piece of the puzzle, and investment means more than one thing to DC residents. We encourage you to also explore coaching as a complimentary opt-in service to the child tax credit. Cash infusions provide relief and financial breathing room for families in poverty, and opt-in coaching can provide the opportunity for families to take advantage of that breathing room to achieve long-term economic mobility. This is the same financial, employment, and well-being coaching that executives, wealthier families, and even you and I may receive when we need additional help. This critical resource should not be reserved for only high earners and those with financial stability. This is why we at LIFT believe programs like the child tax credit, when combined with coaching, is imperative for DC families. As part of this work, we too have long provided cash payments to families combined with financial, educational, and employment coaching. In fact, more than 90% of our families in our program nationally report making progress on their goals in the past year. When we distributed more than $1 million in emergency cash to all families nationally during the pandemic, we saw an increase in employment and education rates among our members. This, coupled with the 46% decrease in child poverty the nation saw with the 2021 child tax credit, demonstrates that investing in DC families is the path forward to helping families not only survive, but thrive. When parents have access to funds, they reinvest in themselves, their children, and their goals. A good bill is only as strong as the actions that support it, so let's strengthen this bill to include outreach to families so that they know this benefit as well. I am committed to working with this committee and interested stakeholders to collaboratively determine how to best integrate opt-in coaching to this bill. I encourage this committee to pass this bill and put DC families on the path to economic mobility. I would also like to thank the commission, the committee, and Zachary Parker for introducing this bill and for calling this hearing.
For your testimony. Appreciate it. Next. Yep, you'll see a red light. It means it's on. I know it's counterintuitive. Usually green means go, but
Gotcha,
thanks for
thank
being
you.
here. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. It is just great to see you all in person, especially because of the pandemic. It's just great to actually see you all. Hello. My name is Niels Rivera-Yomofio, and I am the Executive Director of Lift DC, an arm of the national organization working to break the cycle of poverty by investing in parents. I am here today to testify in support of Bill 250190, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. As an organization that has worked in the anti-poverty space in the DC area for over 20 years and at the forefront of distributing cash for nearly a decade, Lyft has seen the catalytic ability of guaranteed unrestricted cash payments to impact our most in-need populations. We support the child tax credit because at its core, the bill reimagines what government support can look like when we operate with hope, money, and love for families in our community. Our current systems, marked by mistrust and harmful stereotypes, perpetuate a cycle of poverty, especially for marginalized communities. The child tax credit is a promising alternative to these broken systems. The truth is, parents know what their families need more than anyone. When we give parents trust and more financial slack, they consistently make decisions to better their families. They pursue better opportunities, improve their children's environment, and set the course for economic mobility. Contrary to stereotypes, parents in poverty are resilient and thrive with resources. Councilmember Parker spoke about this earlier, and I'm just going to double down. At Lyft, we regularly heard that the federal child tax credit was a critical resource in a time of need, and parents used these payments to purchase food for their families, pay their rent, pay off debt, buy school supplies, or provide childcare that enabled them to get back to work. It was a game changer, just to be honest. Now, DC has the chance to extend this lifeline, enabling parents to break the cycle of poverty, pursue education, eliminate debt, and secure a living wage. We also recommend the committee to explore opportunities to couple direct cash payments with additional services like financial educational or employment coaching that help parents gain the confidence and connections they need to achieve their goals. This is the model we employ at Lyft and have seen tremendous results. Here in DC, 96% of our Lyft members progressed in their finances. 95% of members progressed in income or education, and our members also increased their annual income by more than $20,000 on average. Of the 140 families we reached in the last year, a majority were able to increase their savings, increase their credit, and report an improvement in their well-being as a result of this method. The challenge is that there are many more families who need support, and we need the DC Council to meet this moment. On behalf of Lyft and the families we have served for over the past 20 years in DC, we believe that the child tax credit will help move DC families from crisis to stability, and thank you for the time. We support this bill.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Next is David Schwartzman. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm David Schwartzman testifying on this bill on behalf of the DC State and Green Party and the Claudia Jones School for Political Education. We strongly support the passage of this legislation, which would provide $500 per child up to 3 children for families living in poverty, as well as those at higher income. We also support the Councilmember Parker's other bill, B 250232, which provides a larger credit, $1,000 per child, which is more targeted to low-income households. For families with children living in poverty, most of whom have TANF income support, the 2 bills would give a DC child tax credit equal to $3,000 a year for a household with 2 children, raising income per year for TANF recipients to a maximum of a little over $12,000, or 48% of the federal poverty level. It should be noted that white children in New Hampshire get 60% of the federal poverty level in 2022, the highest in the nation. While this child tax credit would surely be welcome additional support for DC families living in poverty and those with incomes above this limit, is shocking that the DC Council has still not acted to eliminate the egregious human rights violation of child poverty impacting Black and brown children. Given the fact that DC's tax base is more than adequate to achieve this goal, and the fact that DC has been a self-declared human rights city since 2008, this neglect to address the poverty of Black and brown children demonstrates the objective reality of white supremacy serving the big corporate developer sector in DC, the record of trickle-down economic policies of the DC government for several decades. Therefore, we propose an amendment to this bill, a much more generous child tax credit, targeted to families with children living below the federal poverty level, raising their income to 125% of the federal poverty level, approximately corresponding to supplementary poverty measure as a form of guaranteed income, replacing TANF income support, to be followed by a guaranteed income to eliminate poverty of all. And my further details of the calculation are provided in my written testimony, and I've run out of time. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is, I don't want to mispronounce your first name. Your last name is Hutchful. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We look forward to your testimony, and you begin your testimony.
Am I on? Yes. Thank you. Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Essie Hutchful, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the Center for the Study of Social Policy, or CSSP. We are a nonpartisan organization focused on promoting racial equity and securing a stronger future for children, youth, and families. Cash investments like the Child Tax Credit, or CTC, can make an enormous difference in the lives of DC's families. Data from the Census Bureau, national surveys, and CSSP's research with families all demonstrate the power of providing unconditional cash directly to the families who need it the most. The expansion of the CTC under the American Rescue Plan Act lifted 5.3 million people above the poverty line in 2021, including 2.9 million children. It also advanced racial equity, with Black, Latinx, and white children all seeing historic declines in poverty. CSSP's research with parents across the country has shown that they use the payments to pay for the essentials, such as groceries, the rent of the mortgage, and paying for other bills. Parents also directly invested in their children's enrichment by paying for childcare, after-school activities, and gifts. The CTC also freed up parents to spend valuable family time with their children, and it improved family mental health by reducing stress for parents and children alike. Overall, as Michael, a father we spoke to in Michigan, told us, the CTC made families in his community feel like, oh, okay, now we're getting a part of what it means to feel like an American. Unfortunately, the expiration of the expansion of the CTC caused immediate hardship and was a primary reason why child poverty doubled from 2021 to 2022. A permanent expansion of the federal CTC is critical for families, but so too are expanded state CTCs, especially in high cost of living areas like the district. This proposal is an important step in the right direction, and it includes critical provisions that will ensure that it will advance racial and economic equity, including being fully available to families with the lowest incomes, being adjusted annually to keep up with the cost of living, and including immigrant families. However, the proposal does include a family cap at 3 children, which would disadvantage children in larger families. DC's children deserve the same support no matter how many siblings they have. We urge the committee to drop the family cap to make the credit more accessible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any more questions. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Essie Hutchful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you were finished, but we'll do 5-minute rounds. I want to note for the record that we've been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George. And I'll use, I want to turn to Zachary Parker as the introducer of the measure, but did you actually finish your testimony? Is something?
yes,
Okay,
thank
all right, make sure. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchful. I will work backwards, so I will start with you. And do you have any data on how families used the investments, either from the expanded child tax credit or other social safety nets?
Yes, CSSP, we've written extensively about both the direct interviews that we did with families across 4 states, and also a survey that we conducted with families as
Can you
well.
share that data with the
Yes,
committee?
I'd be happy to share that data with the committee.
And I really appreciated you lifting up that families spent the money as intended on childcare and housing, because often there is a suggestion that if we give people more money, namely people living below the poverty line, somehow they're going to waste the money or spend it on shoes and clothes. So that data, I think, is really important and could be informative. You also talked about removing the family cap. I am sympathetic to that. I support that, as I believe it wouldn't have that drastic of an impact on the scaling of the investment, because we know the majority of families have fewer children than the other way around. So thank you for that. Mr. Schwartzman, I appreciated your testimony. You mentioned that we should provide a more generous child tax credit for families living below the poverty level, using it as a sort of guaranteed income. Is there a certain recommendation or amount you would point us to?
Yes, I ran out of time, so I couldn't state it. It's in my written testimony. It's roughly probably less than 400 million a year. And that would that amount would be reduced by the return of a generous federal tax credit that would apply to those recipients. You know, with $3,000 a year for children over 6, and then $3,600 for below 6 years old. And we hope that we have to fight for that, and hopefully with the defeat of Trump and the Republicans, that will happen. I say that as a Green Party member.
Understood.
Okay, but let me just add one thing. You mentioned the chairman's mark for the Tax Revision Commission. That's dead. That mark is dead. They because
I'm not here
but I just
to
want to
speak on the
that.
mark itself, but what is important is that commission that was tasked with looking at tax policy from the district, which included individuals that span the political spectrum.
Yes.
They too endorsed this policy, which is to say that regardless of background, it is sound, good policy for the district. And that was the reason why I referenced it. I do want, in my last 2 minutes, to come to you, Ms. Williams, and Mr. Ribeiro. Yamafio, did I get the last name?
You did.
Okay.
Good job, Councilmember.
Great, great, great. You all talked about coupling the child tax credit with coaching and other services. Can you elaborate on what that might look like in practice?
Yeah, so the first thing that thank you so much for the question. The first thing I would like to say is that I think that what it should look like should be a collaborative effort between your office and the committee, because there's a lot of great minds here that can come together to build something in a way that makes the most sense. With that being said, there are some examples in the California child tax credit on how this could potentially can be done. And I'm happy to share that information.
Please do.
I will.
Please do. If you could share it with the committee and include us on that, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Awesome. In my last 40 seconds, I don't know if you wanted to add anything there.
Well, I'll just name that we've been doing this work at Lyft, and we have seen the impact when you combine unrestricted cash with coaching and support. it is the recipe to alleviate poverty, to get folks to experience economic mobility. And if our members serve as a microcosm of residents of DC, we can make a game-changing impact when we couple these supports together.
Awesome. Well, thank you all. I will invite you all to stay in touch with the committee and the council. We not only need to pass this, should it pass, we would need to fund it. And I think your advocacy would be really persuasive. So thank you again.
We'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Lewis George for a round.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you to all the public witnesses and government witnesses that are also here today. I have another commitment today. I'm going to one of my high schools, Roosevelt in Ward 4, to talk to some students, so I'll be in and out of the hearing. But I wanted to first just address the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. Legislation that I was proud to co-introduce with alongside Councilmember Parker and 7 of our colleagues. I want to first thank Councilmember Parker for crafting legislation that builds onto the DC Earned Income Tax Credit and will lift up working families, especially Black and Brown families in the district who continue to face disproportionate rates of poverty. There is no denying that thousands of families in DC are struggling to pay rent, cover the cost of childcare, afford groceries, pay their utility bills, or buy nutritious food for their families. In 2021, I was proud to join Councilmember Allen and Councilmember Joe in passing an amendment that increased the district's local match of the federal earned income tax credit, one of the strongest policy tools we have to drive down poverty and lift up working families in DC. Our budgets in the district ultimately come down to making decisions based on our values. We passed the Homes and Hearts Amendment because our values demand supporting families and children, ensuring they can afford to live and thrive in DC. The district child tax credit is also a question of values and equity. DC cannot bounce back when 9 out of 10 of children living in poverty are Black. We cannot bounce back when our city continues to entrench two disparate realities between those who have abundance and those who are struggling to get by. DC's comeback depends on confronting the grave inequality in our city head on and lifting up all families and their budgets that reflect our values. And so investing in children and their families means investing in a healthy future for our city. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses we have today and working with my colleagues on additional recommendations and proposals. And I look forward to the passage and the funding of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 and working with my colleague, Zachary Parker, who has been a champion in so many efforts in getting this done. So with that, my question is to the entire panel. As we look at this proposal in front of us, what are some suggestions you have that we can potentially add to this policy? And what are some best practices for rolling this out for the district?
I'm in your ward, proudly in your ward 4. So I would say that I mentioned a more comprehensive child tax credit as an amendment. I want to be clear, we strongly support your bill. But we have a tax base in DC that can fund the elimination of child poverty in DC. And if you go to the platform, which should of the Fair Budget Coalition, which I'm on the steering committee of the Fair Budget Coalition, we did a lot of work to get this done, and we have 3, for example, way of raising money. I just read in the New York Times that Vermont is considering a millionaire's tax. Massachusetts did. So that's one program that can generate hundreds of millions of dollars in DC, a millionaire surtax. So, and right now they're paying a lower fraction of their family income than middle-class residents. That's a fact. Secondly, a capital gains tax. And third is a tax on very high-priced homes. And there are others as well. That could generate the Just Recovery DC, which I'm in the core group. We're also considering very important tax proposals that I think that council should consider this season, this budget season, because of the deficit of WMATA, which will bear on us and so on. I'm taking too much time, but thank you for the opportunity to answer your question.
I'll just quickly reiterate the power that comes when bringing unrestricted cash with coaching. You will hear from former and current members of LIFT later on. I just implore you to hear their stories so you can see the power that this combined can have. And we'll be sure to share more with you in the committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and thank you to this panel for your testimony. Call our next panel witnesses, Kush Karat. Richard Benjamia. Deja Williams. Carissa Warren. Ashley Ruff. Laura Castillo. Leah Castellas. And good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us, the committee this afternoon in person, especially. We're going to begin with Kush Karat. And you each have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Kush Karod. I live in Columbia Heights and have lived in the area the DMV area my entire life. I'm proud to strongly support the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. I want to thank Chair McDuffie for bringing us in this space. I want to thank Councilmember Parker for your leadership and partnership for this. We would not be here without you, and want to thank you for your efforts in making this a prime issue. And I want to thank the countless organizers and advocates that uplift the stories of working families here every single day. I am a fan of the child tax credit because, one, over a third of children in DC live in low-income households, and I know that this support would have a drastic, life-changing impact on their lives. I know that my family would have benefited from this when I was younger. Two, I think it allows families to use disposable income that they do not have to use for renting, use for childcare, transportation, housing, things that are needs for families that they simply cannot afford right now. I know a lot of families that often their parents have to hold 3 or 4 jobs instead of being able to spend time with their family, which is such a necessary part of a child's life. I ask council members to pass this legislation as soon as possible, but also expand it to target our most vulnerable families, the ones who crave this the most. When we support our most marginalized, all of us thrive. If we want to address these systemic failures, we must be as bold as possible. That means a larger cap going up to age 17 and no cap on the number of children. I will lean on experts to talk details, but we must not shy away from truly addressing the needs of our families. Just a few months ago, I was with a family who was evicted from their apartment. The family was a single mother and 3 children, one age 7, one 13, and one 17. The mother was very transparent with the management company saying that she can afford. She offered a payment plan. But one day when her family came upstairs to their apartment building, they saw movers inside their apartment. And the movers were picking up their furniture and throwing it on the side of the building. I was there with the family while the kids were sitting on different furniture, and the mother was moving back and forth trying to figure out where her family can live the next night. I came back from eviction court today and I saw a mother stand in front of the judge with a kid behind her. I'm sure the kid didn't really have an idea why they were there, but the mother was fighting for them to have a home. These stories are not uncommon, but they're every day. And children not only see the traumatic failures of our system, they experience them too. They are the biggest victims of the racist and classist system we live in today. As we see current efforts to villainize children in terms of carjacking, hopping turnpikes, we must ask ourselves, is it not a crime for a child to stay hungry overnight? Is it not a crime for a child forced to come to court and see their mother face a judge? Is it not a crime for a child to sit in front of their TV and not knowing they'll have a bed to sleep the next night? So I thank you all so much. I urge you all to pass this bill as swiftly as possible because DC needs it. And I urge you all to expand it to include our most vulnerable families. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. We're gonna move on to our next witness. And thank you, Councilman Parker. Our next witness is, actually, let's just go down the line and make it a little easier. So I'll turn to you next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, Councilmember Parker. My name is Leah Kaslas. I'm a policy attorney at the Children's Law Center and a resident of Ward 5. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. At the Children's Law Center, we have direct experience and insight in how poverty impacts DC children and families' ability to access services, supports, and resources like healthy and affordable housing, education, and behavioral health services. Direct financial supports to families can begin to reduce the immediate burdens of poverty our clients face and improve outcomes. Therefore, we support a district child tax credit that would have a positive impact on combating immediate poverty by putting money in the hands of district families. In addition to the CTC Act, 2 other district CTC proposals have been circulated. First, the Tax Revision Commission proposal issued through the Chairman's Mark, and the DC Fiscal Policy Institute Child Tax Credit proposal. We encourage this committee to analyze each of the 3 proposals and ensure the underlying goal of the CTC is met in the final district child tax credit. One key difference to highlight in the CTC Act's current limitation is the number of children per household that are eligible for the credit. The CTC Act proposes that qualifying residents would be eligible to receive the credit for up to 3 children per household. For a district CTC to have its intended positive impact on reducing poverty in the district, we must ensure it reaches all children and families by recognizing households of all sizes. Therefore, we urge the committee to remove this limitation from the CTC Act and ensure it is not included in any district child tax credit. Additionally, we have considerations regarding outreach and effective design of the child tax credit. There will need to be outreach to parents or caretakers who may miss listing their children on their tax returns, as well as non-filers, meaning those residents who were not required to file taxes in the prior years because they earned too little. Additionally, there's needed outreach to understand who can claim a child as a dependent and thus access the credit. 2 successful approaches to outreach have been through credible messengers and voluntary income tax assistance programs to help residents understand tax policies, know their benefits, and file their taxes. We therefore ask for the fiscal impact statement to contain investment in both. We also ask that the design of the CCT be intentional to ensure that it does not erroneously impact residents' eligibility for benefits like SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid. My written testimony expands on these topics. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and welcome any questions.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Next.
Hello. Thank you for hearing our testimonies today. My name is Carissa Warren. I am the Strategic Project Partnership Manager at Spaces in Action, which is the grassroots nonprofit that fights for economic and social justice in DC. As a mom residing in Maryland, I can attest to how helpful local child tax credits are with the rising costs of every expense, especially with children. But today I'm here to read a testimony from one of our members of Spaces in Action who has witnessed firsthand the consequences of not having proper child tax credits in DC. So I'm reading on behalf of Sandra Williams. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Sandra Williams. I am a mental health counselor, Delta Sigma Theta community leader, and a member of Spaces in Action. Today's testimony will focus on supporting the DC Child Tax Credit for families raising children in DC. My values are doing God's will, compassion for vulnerable families, and community service. These values align with who I am because I have always understood the importance of being a blessing to others and being a powerful example of servitude. Having served as DCPS school counselor for 3 generations, I have seen the consistent struggles of low-income families. I have provided groceries, transportation, and basic necessities many times over for my consumers, and I am not alone in this regard. Many providers cover the shortfalls of the families that they serve because our system has overlooked their needs. It's time for people-centered politics. It's time for a permanent child tax credit. Child poverty was at its lowest in 2021 when families received the child tax credit during the pandemic. Why does help only come in tragedy and crisis? Why can't we implement preventative measures to help end child poverty in DC? Having a child tax credit is the solution because families shouldn't have to choose between rent, medication, and food. They can't cover them all, nor can they provide for their children in case of emergencies. I'm standing in solidarity with families who are desperate, destitute, and deserving of relief. Will you fight for our families to receive the child tax credit, Councilmember McDuffie? I'm counting on you and this committee to do God's will and provide the relief for our families that they deserve and need. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my story.
And thank you for your testimony. You mentioned, Chris Warren, that you were testifying on behalf of Sandra Williams, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And she had also signed up to testify. Does that mean she will not be testifying later?
No, I don't believe she'll be here today.
Okay, all right, thank you for doing that. Next.
Okay, thank you for the committee and Chair McDuffie for being here, listening to us. I'm speaking on behalf, my name is Richard Benhume. I'm the Economic Dignity Organizer, Spaces in Action, and I am speaking on behalf of one of our community members as well. Speaking on behalf of them because much like a lot of our members, they couldn't be here today because they are working on a Wednesday at 1 p.m. or they couldn't find healthcare or childcare for their children. That seems like it's different conversations to be had, but it's all related to the same thing that we're talking about today. So this was originally in Spanish, and I translated it to English. So here it is. My name is Reina Moreno. I'm from Honduras. I'm a mother of 2 children. My greatest value is children. Firstly, connecting with my children, but also knowing that the children of our community are free from need. I came to this country in search of a dream for my children because I come from poverty, economic, and social violence. Now that I am here in the capital of the United States, I think that the highest authorities of the city can make my children's dreams come true. With the tax credit, I would help my children meet many needs. For example, with daily food, bringing them bread to my table, which is sometimes hard because there's no money, and being able to buy them a pair of shoes, which they have asked for with so much pain, and due to lack of money, I have not been able to fulfill their dreams. It would help not only my children, but also many of the children that you don't know, and the needs that they go through every day, which is why I ask for all of you to put your hands on your heart and reflect on these children. How would you feel if your children were to experience these needs? Maybe this way you can help me get out of many economic problems and stop thinking that we don't even have anything to eat. Sometimes it's hard for me because I feel depressed, but that's why it would help all children if this law became a reality. And to know that this money does not stay with us. This money returns to the city. Why? Because we pay rent, we buy food, we pay taxes, and we pay a lot of utilities, even to take care of our own children. I suffer a lot knowing that we have no rights, but we still have to pay all these things. That is why I asked the DC Council to realize the needs of our children and pass this law for the children of the city of Washington, DC. Thanks for listening to a part of my story. I hope your response is positive. Thank you. And I want to add to that, my own personal note is I agree with everything she's saying, of course. And just to add that today in the in the chairman's update newsletter we received today, the part of the taxes, it does state that DC, among the 6 other states, tax low-income families at lower rates, and that is great. I think it's something we should be proud of. But don't let that make us complacent and not realize there's still a lot of work to be done on behalf of working low-income families. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to us, and I yield my time.
And thank you so much for providing your testimony. If you don't mind, you should feel free to submit. I don't know if we already have it, but you can submit the testimony
I did submit
as
this testimony. Yes,
originally drafted in Spanish.
yes, I can do it in Spanish, English, but it's for them French if
Appreciate
you
it.
want to.
That is great, and thank you each for your testimony this afternoon. Really appreciate it. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Karat. Thank you for that very moving testimony about the lived experiences of neighbors, many of whom are struggling with paying the rent and finding housing. You mentioned your recommendation of removing the cap on children and investing deeper in low-income families. Do you want to expand on that?
I would love to expand on that. I think in terms of the cap on children, I think a lot of the children that we work with, a lot of children that live in high rental units are ones with at least 3 or 4 children. And I'm worried that this cap might be really challenging for some families that are on that. I think in terms of what I was saying before I started talking too much is that we really should be expanding this program as much as we can. I think right now the council's priority is public safety, like we all know it, and that this is a public safety issue. When we look at programs like this that help folks, it actually leads to less crime across the country. And I think we have to look at the things that are really helping kids of low-income families. My dad always says, or I guess this is like taken from so many other people, that if you're worried about people, if you don't want people to do crime during the night, give them a job during the day, give them money, give them something that they could use. And I think those are the things that are public safety issues. Like, we need to figure out the violence on kids and figure out what is actually hurting them. What's hurting them is that they don't have enough money to go to school. What is hurting them that they are homeless. And what is hurting them is that they are just struggling. And instead of focusing on other things that are leading to our incarceral system, maybe we should really focus on the root causes of violence.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And I know this committee, I know Councilmember McDuffie, myself, we're sympathetic to that, especially the ways in which Black and brown children are disproportionately impacted both by our criminal justice system, but also poverty in the district, which is one of the reasons why, again, I'm really excited about this bill. Ms. Costellas, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You recommended that the committee analyze the 3 proposals that exist, the one that I put forward, the one from the Tax Revision Commission, and the one from DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Do you have any recommendations of which one you would prefer? And then connected to that, we are likely to face a tough budget year, and the child tax credit will come with a price tag. Any recommendations that the Children's Law Center has given to how we might fund this proposal?
Absolutely. So in my written testimony, I do have a nice chart that kind of analyzes all 3 proposals. In terms of the starkest difference we saw was the cap right now. And we would say in terms of striking fiscal feasibility of this bill, we would support the removal of a cap on the limitation of children over potentially increasing the amount of the child tax credit, just to ensure that all families, regardless of household size, are able to receive the tax credit. In terms of the other ones, there are some of the other proposals have recommendations that lay out the different like the different eligibility for families, either using the federal poverty line or using, an set income, and then different phase out amounts. And in terms of that, we'd be happy to discuss further. I don't want to take up all your time here, so I'd be happy to discuss that.
Awesome.
With
And
you.
for those that are watching, the 3 proposals, and the proposal we put forward provides a $500 investment and intentionally included low-income and some middle-income families, because if you are a teacher that may perhaps be married to a firefighter, which might put your joint income close to $200,000, but by no means are you super wealthy in a District of Columbia context, it is my thinking you should be included in this proposal, whereas the DC Fiscal Policy Institute seem to have a deeper investment in lower income residents with a lower threshold for who would qualify, not including some of those middle income families. The Tax Revision Commission broadened even further the income eligibility, including even more middle income families going well above $200,000. And they lifted the investment from $500 to $1,000. So just generally, those were the differences of the three proposals. I will end here. Thank you both for your testimonies on behalf of others who could not be here. I'm running out of time, but Ms. Warren, you live in Maryland and received the child tax credit. Any lessons learned for how that's been implemented? And if you keep it short, that would be great.
Yes, so we invest in our 429 for our child for invest. So we like to invest some of the money, but it also helps with the day-to-day expenses just for childcare. I mean, she's not in school yet, so childcare expenses are very expensive, even in Maryland. So definitely.
And just very quickly, what is the monthly or annual investment from Maryland?
For the,
Child tax credit.
oh, it's 500.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember, oh, Louis George is already left. Thank you for each of your testimony, taking the time to be here. We're gonna move to our next panel. Jamil Harris. Rigoberta Tejeda Reyes. Anna Perez. Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz. Ava Tuma. Nora Lopez. Well, hold on for a second though. Give me a second. Karen Correa. Robert Branham is with us in person. And then we're going to move to the witnesses who have signed up to testify virtually. I'm going to hear from these two witnesses who are in person first, and then make sure that we move to our witnesses who are waiting patiently online to testify virtually. Good afternoon to you, Ava Toomer. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for receiving my testimony today. I'm Ava Toomer, the National Manager of Policy and Advocacy at LIFT, a nonprofit that utilizes a cash plus coaching model to empower families to break the cycle of poverty, as my colleagues previously stated. I'm actually here today in support of our members and testifying on Melly Harris's behalf. She is a member of LIFT DC in support of Bill 25-190, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment of 2023. Ms. Harris, beyond being a working mother, is currently pursuing a degree in psychology and could not be here today. And this is the reality of many of our parents who do not always have the luxury to take time off of work, get childcare, or take off from education, but whose voices and civic participation are critical nonetheless. And I urge the council to take that into consideration when understanding the positive impact the child tax credit could have. I'll go into her testimony now. My name is Melly Harris. I'm a parent of 2 African-American boys, a leader in my community, and a member of LIFT DC. Today's testimony will focus on supporting the DC child tax credit for families raising children in the district. My values include ensuring that DC is supported in mental health and financial support. As a consumer of mental health services, I've experienced firsthand the impact of not having enough money and other resources to support basic needs, including housing, experiencing food and hygienic insecurities, and how that affects our mental health negatively and the ability to show up in our communities as strong, impactful leaders in comparison to my financially advantaged peers. The direct cash payments can help with supporting when I fall short on the mortgage and securing basic toiletries, extracurricular intervention services for my children with pre-diabetic diagnoses, childcare when the children are sick, and supporting my health diagnosis of bipolar. I notice how well I do when I'm connected with yoga and art therapies. These non-traditional therapies are currently not available under my AmeriHealth Medicaid provided healthcare benefit. and I have to pay out of pocket for these expenses that make it so I can show up as the leader and parent that I see myself as. I think about how I have to risk my safety in different ways to have enough to pay for these services. This is why the council must consider expanding the bill beyond a one-time tax credit. One payment wouldn't support anyone beyond a few months, and considering the fees for non-traditional healthcare services, toiletries, tuition for extracurricular activities, gas, and more, families could greatly benefit from the additional financial support. Finally, we need coaching, not coaching to teach us how to spend this money, but coaching that supports goal achievement and personal success to better equip us with the resources, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive in comparison to our financially advantaged peers. Put the money in the hands of families now. Thank you. Ms. Harris has also submitted a detailed, fully written testimony for your review, and I will submit my addendums as well. I'd like to thank the committee, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Parker, and all those whose leadership in making this district child tax credit possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Robert Vincent Branham, good to see you again on a different measure. Nonetheless, appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be with us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Greetings and salutations again, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Parker. I am Robert Vincent Branham. I have held several community-based leadership roles as president, chairman, and board member across the District of Columbia. I'm a former ASC commissioner, president emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations, former president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association, and chair of the Public Safety Committee of the Ward 5 Leadership Council. I am pleased to support Bill 25-0120, District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. I join my Ward 5 Leadership Council colleagues in supporting this measure because I am confident it has the potential to move children and families out of poverty. Modeled after the federal child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, this bill is designed to provide tax relief to working families and to help all families succeed. A similar measure developed by the bipartisan group of congressional lawmakers would push a tax package to expand the federal child tax credit as soon as this filing season. This council is clearly in step not only with the best interests of the residents of the District of Columbia, but also is in legislative harmony with congressional Democrats and Republicans to give relief to working families. I applaud and commend Councilmember Parker for introducing this bill and the other members of the council who are co-sponsors. This joint effort reflects what is possible when great minds come together to move forward, to move our children out of poverty. Before I close, let me mention again from my earliest testimony, raising 2 points. One is to have the Committee of the Whole correct the record to include my testimony in support of the nomination of Ms. Marie Johns to the DC Sentencing Commission and to oppose the nomination of Christopher Rodriguez to be the District of Columbia's Chief Technology Officer. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to again thank Ava Toomer for testifying, but also provide testimony on behalf of Melly Harris, and just acknowledging all those who have submitted testimony in writing already. I know we have received a number of testimonies in writing from witnesses who wanted to make sure that their voices were part of the record for this important measure. I'm going to turn to Zachary Parker for a round.
Thank you both, and thank you, Ms. Toomer, for raising the benefits cliff issue with your testimony for Melly Harris. She pushes for monthly investments of the child tax credit versus this once a year investment that may only last for a short period of time, as she suggests. We have looked into this a great deal, and a challenge we're running into is that it requires DHS and other agencies to seek and receive a federal waiver so that families that are on TANF, SNAP, other benefits don't lose those benefits by receiving the child tax credit. One interesting tidbit we've learned that is if it's a one-time investment, they are not at risk of losing those benefits. However, if it's a monthly investment, they are at risk. And there's no guarantee, especially considering who might be at the White House at any given time, that those federal waivers may be provided, which is the reason we opted for the one-time investment of the child tax credit versus what I think we would all agree would be a better investment, the monthly payment. So just throwing that out there for context, do you have any insight from Lyft on jurisdictions that might be doing or addressing the benefits cliff issue? And if not, that's fine. Do you want to speak to how a one-time investment might support the coaching idea that Lyft is pushing?
Regarding the benefit cliff point, I can get back to you with more information. But in terms of the investment of a one-time $500 payment, as my colleagues who spoke earlier discussed, Lyft does this all the time. We give members unrestricted funds in order to support them in accomplishing their goals towards economic mobility. And people can use that however they want, correct? So it can be on basic needs, but it's also sometimes goes towards investing to their futures. And I think that having something like this coming from the government itself shows that the DC is investing in these individuals as well as they invest in themselves. So does that answer your
That's
question?
great. And for those watching, it would be $500 per child, originally proposed up to 3 children. I'm hearing loud and clear that people think we should remove that cap, but if it were 3 children, that would be $1,500. If we were to increase the investment to $1,000 per child, that theoretically would be $3,000, even though it would be a one-time investment. But that's certainly something we will look into. We want to make it monthly. We also don't want to put recipients in harm's way. And so we are being mindful of the federal waiver piece. Mr. Branham, as always, it is a pleasure to see you. Thank you for all you do. I think you spend more time in this building than some council members. And so I appreciate the energy that you put into making sure the wheels of government are moving. 2 things I wanted to highlight in your testimony. You noted that the federal government is poised to reinstate the child tax credit, which I'm really excited about. And it is part of the current negotiations of Congress. And while it may not be as expansive as the original federal child tax credit, it will bring relief to a lot of people. Very quickly, given your rich history in the district and in the Bloomingdale community in particular, do you have evidence that this would be beneficial, that families having more money via child tax credit would be beneficial? And if so, how do you know that? What are you hearing? What has your experience on the ground shown or taught you?
As I can only rely on what I've seen, what I have been told from others who have benefited from it. Fortunately, I have not had to use that, but I've been advocating for child tax credit and other kinds of financial measures to move children, people out.
But you have heard from neighbors that it would be beneficial, or it has been. Yes.
David, who testified earlier, has been a key motivator in the conversation for this. The Fiscal Policy Institute. There are a lot of community organizations that have the background to and the expertise.
Yes.
And what I bring is what I hope is the community sensitivity that we need to help our families.
Yes.
That we need to help out and do more for our children.
Absolutely. And I did receive your testimony from Marie Johns, and we'll make sure that's included on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses on this panel. We appreciate you and your testimony. Moving to our next panel, beginning with virtual, Salim Adolfo, Jen Jenkins, Melody Webb, Erica Williams, LaDon Love, Robert Henderson, Jack Landry, Patricia Burton McFadden, Chris Garrity, Olivia Stores, good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us virtually. I appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long day for some of us. We're going to begin with Jen Jenkins, Policy Council, Legal Aid, DC.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, Councilmember Parker, and honorable committee members. My name is Jen Jenkins. I'm Policy Counsel with Legal Aid DC. We support the intent of B25-0190, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023, which would provide a refundable $500 tax credit to households for each qualifying child up to 3 children. While Legal Aid strongly supports the immediate implementation and funding of a permanent local child tax credit, we think this bill could be more robust and targeted to meet the critical needs of DC residents like those in our client community. Last year, Legal Aid assisted approximately 4,085 households, the majority of which included children who would likely qualify for the proposed child tax credit. Our clients typically live at or below 200% of the federal poverty line, and a child tax credit would help alleviate some of the burdens of poverty that they, and particularly their children, experience, such as the increased risk of poor mental health, inadequate housing conditions, and reduced access to grocery stores and nutritious foods. In order to alleviate these burdens of poverty, we think the committee should expand the proposed CTC in the following ways. The child tax credit should be targeted at children ages 6 and under. Children 6 and under in DC should receive a 20% increase in addition to the base amount per child because they have greater financial needs. This will improve socioeconomic outcomes for children at one of the most vulnerable points in their lives. The tax credit should be targeted for lower income families, in other words, for those making under $100,000 for single and joint filer households. The child tax credit amount should be increased beyond the $500 limit per child, and we also agree with other testifiers that the cap on the number of children should be eliminated. Finally, the amount delivered to DC families should be tied to the rate of inflation to ensure the money is not devalued over time. In almost all states, a refundable state child tax credit of $2,000 or less with a 20% credit boost for younger children under 6 would achieve a 25% reduction or more in the child poverty rate. I'll also note that DC is a slight exception to that rule. We have slightly older children that would benefit from a higher percentage increase as well. The committee shouldn't ignore the data and should account for the undeniable impact of the rate of inflation on DC's poorest families. Effective child tax credits and cash assistance programs are proven to encourage job stability and can even improve public safety. With this in mind, we request that the committee include our recommendations in the legislation in order to provide the strongest possible child tax credit for our neighbors and clients. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee, and I'm happy to answer questions.
And thank you very much for your testimony and for providing that testimony in writing. Really appreciate it. Our next witness is Melody Webb, Executive Director, Mothers Outreach Network. It's great to have you join the committee. There you go.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair McDuffie. I apologize. I'm testifying from a community-based site. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As mentioned, I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. I'm also a resident and native Washingtonian. We use direct legal representation, brief advice tax clinics, policy advocacy, a guaranteed income research pilot, and strategies to engage primarily Black DC mothers in the struggle to transform the child welfare and income laws, policies, and procedures from punitive to empowering. And we co-convene the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition as well. I come before you to encourage your support for the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. My extensive written testimony has been submitted to the record, and I will highlight a few points from it. The coalition's mission is a moral one, to achieve a permanent guaranteed income that provides unconditional payments to our district neighbors, ensuring everyone lives above the federal poverty line. Poverty, we know, has consequences that include family destabilization and adverse impacts on health and wellness. Roughly half of all DC children live in families with income below 300% of the federal poverty level. Importantly, children living in poverty and at a higher risk of allegation of neglect. 80% of CFSA's maltreatment cases are in the system, we would allege, due to poverty-driven neglect bases. Consider that during the 9 months, the 2021 federal child tax credit was in effect, DC's child poverty declined by more than 25%. This is a guaranteed income measure for families with no work requirements and no strings attached. The district child tax credit can end the need for and foundations of the child welfare system. Studies support that each additional $1,000 as states spend annually on public benefit programs per person living in poverty is associated with significant reductions in hotline calls, substantiated maltreatment, removals, and child fatalities. We ask you to pass this bill. We also are mindful of suggestions to amend the bill, and we support the majority of them. But we embrace it as the next in line of historic programs enacted through this committee under your leadership. Committee Chair McDuffie, starting with the historic publicly funded guaranteed income program, Strong Families, Strong Futures, and expanding so that we now have the largest in the nation local EITC. They have historic reparations and racial equity driven baby bonds program and others. So this is a powerful step in the right direction. And should the credit be larger, if possible? Absolutely, yes. The credit, as people have described, as we know, is a $500 refundable credit per child for up to 3 children. Doubling it as recommended in the chairman's mark for the Tax Revision Commission is brilliant, and we welcome it. And as we do removing the cap, over time, the odds are that this program will grow due to advocacy based on an analysis by Jane Family Institute. The DCTC's time has come and has growing momentum. Thank you so much, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I really appreciate the recognition as well, and all the work that you do and Mothers Outreach Network is much appreciated here at the council, and thank you for the time and testimony. And I believe, already have your written testimony too, so that's helpful. Erica Williams is our next witness, Executive Director, DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Thanks for taking the time. Great to see you. Begin your testimony.
Great to see you too. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. And I wanted to just say thank you and applaud Councilmember Parker for introducing the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 and really leading the charge to pursue this incredibly powerful tool for tackling child poverty in the district. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization shaping racially just tax budget and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist, equitable future in DC, and we wholeheartedly support the adoption of a district child tax credit for the following reasons. First, child poverty in the district is higher than for the nation as a whole, and it is disproportionately experienced by children of color, and in particular, 36% of Black children in the district live below the poverty line. And Black and brown children are also the large majority of children in low and middle income families in the district as well. Child poverty, we know from extensive research, can have really negative effects on children in the short and the long term. It has a long reach into their adulthood. And conversely, poverty-reducing boosts to income can change children's life trajectories in terms of making sure they get the food they need, making sure they're in stable housing, making sure that stress levels in the household don't get too high, and also over the long term in terms of their educational, employment, and health outcomes. A child tax credit also would complement the district's baby bonds program, which is set up to intervene and disrupt the cycle of poverty in the district by shoring up the ability of disadvantaged families to meet their children's basic needs and to better prepare them to leverage that savings once they reach adulthood. And it would also fill the gaps left by the expiration of the federal child tax credit expansion. We, like many others here, think the proposed legislation should be strengthened, if possible, by providing a larger credit for the lowest income families so that we can ramp up that poverty reduction effect by extending the reach to children age 17 and under, so that even kids that are close to leaving the home get the support they need so they can pursue their goals and higher education potentially. Eliminating cap on the number of children that qualify to make sure that we are getting the support to all kids who need it and moving away from what tend to be paternalistic policy choices like that. And then also prioritizing the credit for families with the most need if reaching middle and upper income families makes the cost overly prohibitive, especially as we move into a tight budget cycle. So we really resolutely support child tax credit for DC and the bill that's in front of you. I did put an addendum in my written testimony that you should already have that compares the three policy proposals, Councilmember Parker's proposal, the Tax Revision Commission's proposal, and DCFPI's proposal. Happy to answer questions.
And thank you so much for your testimony and for providing the breakdown in your written testimony. We appreciated that. The next witness is LaDon Love, Executive Director, Spaces in Action. Thanks for joining us virtually. You begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing me to share my position on the pending tax credit legislation. I am a mom, a supporter of the child tax credit legislation, and the Executive Director of Spaces in Action. SIA is a grassroots nonprofit membership organization whose campaigns include increasing the investment in early education, expanding access to health equity, climate justice, and economic dignity via cash payments, such as tax credits for low-income and working families. Our membership is Black, Brown, and immigrant families living in wards 1, 4, 5, 7, and 8, raising children from birth to age 8, the early learning years. SIA is a member of the Just Recovery DC and the Guaranteed Income Coalition. Using our storytelling process, our member leaders have submitted over 25 stories in English and Spanish to support and offer feedback on the CTC legislation. Most cannot attend today because of the timing of the hearing that conflicts with their work schedules and their childcare schedules. Honorable council members, we can raise the profile of DC by lifting up the families most vulnerable to economic downturn and with limited resources for basic needs. An example of a lift is the child tax credit, which would give direct cash payments to DC families. When low-income families receive additional resources, those dollars go into the local economy and help local businesses. When families purchase groceries, toiletries, go to the movies, go ice skating, visit a museum, buy a souvenir, local businesses benefit from the family creating joy as they make memories of the activities. Access to direct cash payments can save a life and support a family in purchasing needed medication, which benefits businesses and helps families stay together. We need a care economy that honors the work of nurturing DC's children. Parenting is work. In a DCFPI report by Erica Williams entitled Tax Justice is Racial Justice, she lays out how a child tax credit will reduce child poverty, strengthen basic income, and advance racial justice in DC. As council members, you can vote to pass the child tax credit legislation and create a pathway to access resources for DC families raising DC's children. Let's make DC history by increasing the investment in DC families. As we consider additional pieces to the legislation, caring for all of DC's children, documented and undocumented, will help raise the floor for all families in DC. Doing so will further help DC realize its designation as a sanctuary city. Again, I am LaDawn Love of Spaces in Action, and I thank you for allowing me the time to share my testimony. Please vote yes to passing the DC Child Tax Credit.
And thank you for your testimony. How about that, Erica? I don't know how often you have your work cited by a witness while you are also a witness on the same panel. Thank you for that, LaDawn Love. We're going to turn next to Robert Henderson. Good to see you. Thanks for joining the committee this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Hello, thank you. I'll commend Erica's testimony as well. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for convening this hearing on the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act, and thank you, Councilmember Parker, for introducing it. My name is Robert Henderson. I am the Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. First, I would like to say that getting more money to those who do not have enough of it is a worthy goal in and of itself. I believe that our city is stronger, safer, and more humane when the basic needs of all our residents are met, and this bill takes an important step in that direction. But I would like to take the rest of my testimony to focus on education. When I testify on education issues, whether it's student attendance, student achievement, or any education topic, I often argue that the most important levers for improving outcomes are structural. Students learn best when their basic needs are met: food security, income security, healthcare, and housing stability. Socioeconomic comfort affords all sorts of benefits and freedom from stressors that negatively impact the academic achievement of those living in poverty and economic insecurity. The District Child Tax Credit is a tangible step in helping families to meet their needs and place their kids in a better position to succeed. I do not think that it is a stretch to say that if you care about improving student achievement, attendance, and safety, then you should support the Child Tax Credit. The proposition that economic security is conducive to better education outcomes is largely intuitive, but there is also ample evidence to support it, and I've cited some of that in my written testimonies. The evidence also shows that families use tax credit benefits for necessities such as childcare, food, and housing. We've seen the positive impact that child tax credits can have to alleviate poverty. I hope that we can make a sustained commitment and even build on it to give our lowest income neighbors greater stability and security from which they can pursue greater prosperity. I hope too that we will find some partners to study the wider impacts, including educational outcomes of this investment, so that we can see the extent of its value to the city and its residents. This is not to say that I don't think we have enough evidence to justify the investment, but I think it would be instructive to see how upfront investments like this one can offset some of the expenses that we often pay in reactive policies. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Jack Landry, Research Associate, Jane Family Institute.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Parker, and members of the committee. My name is Jack Landry, and I am a research associate at the Jane Family Institute, a nonpartisan applied research organization where I work on issues related to guaranteed income and the child tax credit. Today, I wanted to testify in support of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. Given the volume of other supportive testimony, I'm going to concentrate my remarks on how this proposed credit compares to other federal and state tax credit programs based on my research. The key feature of the Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 is that it contains no work requirement and makes the lowest income families eligible for the full value of the credit. This feature helps fill a gaping hole in the federal cash safety net. Currently, families only receive the full $2,000 federal child tax credit when they have upwards of $25,000 of income. In 2021, the expanded federal CTC removed this work requirement and made the credit larger, causing a record drop in child poverty. My research shows that the key innovation that caused this drop in child poverty was removing the work requirement, less so making the credit larger. The federal earned income tax credit operates somewhat similarly to the federal CTC. While providing very important support to lower income working families, the credit does nothing for the lowest income children whose parents have no earnings by enforcing a work requirement. Currently, district tax policy perpetuates the exclusion of the lowest income families by supplementing the federal EITC. For a family with 3 children that makes $20,000, they are eligible for a $7,830 federal EITC and a $5,481 district supplemental EITC now paid out in monthly installments. However, a family with no earnings from paid work is not eligible for any credit from either the federal or DC tax code, something that this legislation would change. If the district passes this legislation, it would join 11 other states that have passed state-level child tax credits that provide a benefit for the lowest income families, all since 2020. Of these 11 states, 7 have already raised the benefit amount or broadened eligibility, which speaks to their demonstrated effectiveness and popularity upon passage. Moreover, an average of 40% of Republican state senators and 30% of Republican state representatives in these states have voted in favor of these credits, again, speaking to their broad popularity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Chris Garrity. Welcome, and you begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Garrity, and I am testifying in my individual capacity. I currently live in Ward 6 and have been a resident of DC since 2007. I am a single parent of a DCPS elementary school child, and I am trying to keep pace with the enormous rising cost of living in this city. I am also an active member of Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid, a local nonprofit organization led by a Black DC native that offers after-school enrichment and tutoring programs and life-saving mutual aid and workforce development opportunities for Black and Brown youth and families. Serve Your City is also a proud member of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, which, as we know, is fighting for economic justice and guaranteed income in DC. I'm here today testifying in support of the Child Tax Credit Amendment Act. This bill is important to me because it can contribute to economic justice, racial justice, and support and dignity for families in DC, which includes the families Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid serves and works with every day. Residents and families who are Native Washingtonians should be able to afford to live with dignity and comfort in Washington, DC. And we know too many Black DC residents and families have already been displaced, and too many are experiencing the threat of displacement. As many of us are all too aware, more than 1 in 5 Black residents in DC experience poverty, a rate 8% points higher than DC's overall poverty rate. Over 70% of unhoused residents in DC are Black, and there is a gap of 45% between the average median income for DC's overall population and the AMI for Black households, which stands today in DC at $45,200 compared to $142,500, $100,000 difference for white households. This bill is one step towards economic and racial justice in the city, centering those who have been most marginalized by economic disinvestment and poverty. We know that when Black people are centered in policies, it benefits everyone, including someone like me who is white and for my child. If this committee has the same values, they will ensure this bill gets passed. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the brilliant organizers and advocates who have been fighting for economic justice and guaranteed income in DC. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Chris Garrity. Our next witness is Olivia Storrs. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Olivia Storrs, and I am testifying as a member of the public and in my personal capacity as a resident of the District of Columbia. I do not have children and will not benefit really directly in any way from the proposed district child tax credit. I do not work directly on these issues. However, I'm here today because I believe that the child tax credit is essential for creating a vibrant, robust community for all, and to ensure that all residents of the District of Columbia are provided with meaningful choices, agency, and joy in their lives. I know that investments in direct cash transfers are evidence-based, efficient, and dignified public policies. Direct investment in children is proven to reduce poverty, lower levels of interpersonal violence, and result in many long-term economic benefits. These benefits have clearly been demonstrated in both quantitative and qualitative measures. Beyond these measures, we know that this affects people's daily lives. We know this works. Such cash transfer programs offer an innovative and moral way to trust residents to make the best decisions for what they need in their own life. My presence here today is intended to emphasize that investing in families and children in Washington, D.C. impacts us all. The DC Child Tax Credit is an effort I wholeheartedly support, and I urge increasing investments in all DC families, particularly those that are unconditional and do not require work requirements or unnecessary exclusion provisions. Thank you for your time today and your investment in this important issue.
And thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Farid Gamina Toomp. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Parker and McDuffie and the entire committee. I am Farid Gamina Toomp. I am just a minute, sweetie. I'm a multi-generational caregiver of 3 differently abled children that range in age from 3 to 13 with disabilities that range from autism to social and emotional disorders. And I too have several autoimmune illnesses that have rendered me disabled. However, I proudly serve as the senior community builder with Spaces in Action DC, fighting for social and economic justice. Spaces in Action has helped me to reclaim my power, not only as a caregiver, but as a spiritually grounded individual, as a mother and grandmother, and as a humanitarian. For the past 4 decades, I've come to rely on Medicaid and SNAP. My children are now, my 4 children range in age now from 30 to 40. However, heavily rely on these benefits for my special needs babies. It has been a saving grace for my family. But for the past several years, I've had to purchase several of their mental health medications out of pocket when Medicaid requires a prior authorization, and that process can take over a month, rather than have them go without and have relapses and difficulties in the educational setting. I have paid for these medications out of pocket, which can be upwards of $400. So we've also have had to purchase processed foods when the money is low, when because of my health issues and because of their disorders, eating healthy is and trying to live a more holistic life, period, is the best course of action for us. However, we cannot afford those healthy and organic options. So the situation that we found ourselves in is oftentimes having to choose between whether or not I put food on my table or purchase these medications or let my bills double and just not pay them and just take care of the family. But people shouldn't be poor because they're sick or sick because they're poor. And you know, the right wing is holding our economy hostage on a federal level, weaponizing the need to increase the debt limit, and demanding massive federal spending cuts to Medicaid. But there's also the proposal of the
Farid,
expansion.
I hate
Yes?
to interrupt you. I'm not sure if you could see the clock, but you're over your time. I gave you some extra time, but I want to be mindful that there are other folks who've been waiting patiently to testify as well.
Okay, we need the child tax credit in order to survive. We need relief. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and thank you for your consideration.
But no, I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate the witness's testimony generally, but I appreciate you sharing your very personal testimony. while obviously you are engaged with something that is much more important than the folks sitting on this dais. So I appreciate your time and your testimony. It really helps to inform the work of the committee. I'm actually gonna turn to Councilmember Parker to see if he has any questions for this panel of witnesses. I know we got a lot of great testimony. I want to thank the folks who provided their testimony in writing already, because we are relying on that to help inform the work that we're doing with the committee. Councilmember Parker?
Absolutely. And given the number of folk that shared, I may not get to everyone, but truly appreciate everyone sharing. Ms. Tumbe, I really appreciate those very powerful words. People should not be poor because they are sick or sick because they are poor. That is really resonant of why we are putting forth the child tax credit, and really appreciate you taking time to testify, as Councilmember McDuffie said, while doing something much more important. I also really appreciate the many people that made connections between the child tax credit and racial equity and economic equity in this city and advancing it. I wanted to come, Representative Henderson, you mentioned we should find in programs like the child tax credit. Do you have recommendations for partners, or was that a general recommendation in and of itself?
General recommendation. I mean, I would love it if the Education Research Collaborative could do it. I'm not sure that they have the capacity to do so. I just think it would be really helpful if we were able to make those connections between the investments that we're making and the benefits that we're getting to just make the case for the most generous tax credit we can give.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I know we already are doing a guaranteed income pilot for moms in wards 5, 7, and 8 that was introduced by Councilman McDuffie. That might also serve as a starting point to study the impact on the children of those families that are receiving those investments. And so I really appreciate that push to back this up with more data. I'm going to come to Erica Williams from the Fiscal Policy Institute, who also happened to serve on the Tax Revision Commission. Your recommendations were around deepening investment for low-income families, including children 17 years of age, removing the cap, prioritizing families in most need. In your comparative chart that you included with your testimony, which was really helpful, I know the different price tags that come along with these different recommendations. Knowing that we have a tough financial year, and knowing I know you are steeped in a lot of this, given your work on the Tax Revision Commission, if you had to prioritize different adjustments, and I hate to even pose the question, where would you recommend the committee start? Is it about removing the cap, or is it about deepening the investments, raising the age limit? Where would you point us to prioritize if money is in fact an issue?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Parker. And there are a lot of trade-offs, and we are heading into a tight budget system or year. I would say one thing we can do is raise revenue so that we're not having to make these kinds of choices, that we can actually have the robust child tax credit that we want and need in the district. So happy to talk about that. I think in terms of prioritizing, I would make sure that this credit reaches every child in the district. So that means removing the cap and reaching kids who are 17. I think a larger credit, DCFPI will always prioritize the needs of those who are struggling most in our policy recommendations. So a larger credit for folks who are most in need would be the second thing that I would prioritize. I totally, understand the desire to get to middle income families, and I think we actually do need to do that. But I would make sure that we are getting cash to the folks who are struggling the most, struggling to pay their rent, struggling to pay their bills, struggling to put food on the table, to pay for medication, as we heard, and prioritizing that over other things when we're in a tight budget situation and we have to make hard choices.
No, I appreciate that. And I will underscore again the endorsement of this policy by the Tax Revision Commission, which I am sure is in no small part due to your advocacy and voice in that room. So thank you. And I'm going to end with you, Melody Webb. And again, I know I couldn't get to everyone. You highlighted how poverty in DC declined by 25% with the expansion of the federal child tax credit, but also underscored that this policy would benefit unemployed residents, those in deep poverty. Can you just highlight why that is so important? If you're still with us.
Yes, thank you. The earned income tax credit is an incredibly important credit for low-wage workers, but the children whose parents are not don't have earned income are left out of that important credit. So what this bill would do is it would provide those children whose parents do not have earned income with access to a credit, which, as we know, during the 2021 expansion at the federal level, cut poverty by 40% across the country. So it would fill a gap in an incredibly important program, the earned income tax credit, the local earned income tax credit, by providing a benefit to families whose children don't get the benefit of the EITC.
Really important point, and thank you all for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, each of the witnesses on this panel for your very important testimony. I think we're coming to our last panel. I'm going to call everybody's name. I understand that some of the witnesses are unable to be with us at this point, but I encourage everybody to submit their written testimony. So I'll make a call. Adam Berrigan Smith, Catherine Landfield, Lydia Amaya, Estri Sandoval Escobedo, William Jones, Laura Castillo, Candace Hemphill, Hope Joyner, Andrea Thomas, Ayana Mackins, Micah Haskell Hole, Diamond Gabriel, Yasmin Holmes, Maria Jackson, Tanika McEachin, Sharon Harris, Christina Weir, Rachel Metz, Scott Goldstein. I know staff is bringing folks over onto the panel, but I'm being mindful of everyone's time and their patience. I appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and begin with Adam Berrigan Smith, Advocacy Manager, Educare DC. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Adam Berrigan Smith, and I am Educare DC's Advocacy Manager. We serve over 400 children and their families in Wards 7 and 8 with high-quality early childhood education and comprehensive services from prenatal to pre-K. Our mission is to eliminate the opportunity gap for children experiencing poverty in DC and help them build the skills necessary for success in kindergarten and beyond. According to DC Kids Count, approximately 40% of children living in Ward 7 and Ward 8 are currently experiencing poverty. This concentrated poverty east of the river is a policy choice, and the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act offers us the chance to make a different choice and alleviate child poverty. Fortunately, we note that targeted financial assistance like the Child Tax Credit can bring about transformative change in the lives of families and children because of the success of the federal expanded child tax credit implemented in 2021. According to the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University, the expanded child tax credit lifted an estimated 3.7 million children out of poverty nationwide, representing a remarkable 30% reduction as of December 2021. And in the district, it lifted or eased poverty for approximately 25,000 children, according to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Poverty significantly affects early childhood development and can have enduring consequences. Research from the National Institutes of Health has demonstrated that poverty is correlated with adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, traumatic childhood events that cause chronic and toxic stress. Experiencing one or more of these ACEs increases the likelihood that children will have negative health and socioeconomic outcomes in adulthood. The child tax credit can be a protective factor from these ACEs and reduce the likelihood that children experience lifelong impacts of childhood poverty. I would like to thank Councilmember Parker for not including a work requirement in his bill, because it would unnecessarily deny assistance to families who need it the most. Many families experiencing poverty are engaged in informal or intermittent work, or may face challenges in securing stable employment due to various factors such as systemic inequalities, lack of affordable childcare, or health concerns. A child tax credit is a fundamental investment in our children, and their well-being should not be contingent on their parents' employment status. In conclusion, I urge you to support the district child tax credit amendment. We have an opportunity to make a real difference and address childhood poverty. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
And thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Catherine Landfield with the Fair Budget Coalition. Good afternoon to you. Great to see you. Glad you could join us this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Councilmember McDuffie. It's great that you're holding this hearing for this very important bill, and I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify today. And thank you, Councilmember Parker, for moving such an important, essential bill. My name is Catherine Landfield, and I am the Advocacy Coordinator at Fair Budget Coalition and a longtime social worker and resident of Washington, D.C. Because of our commitment to transformative policies that directly address racial inequity and economic injustice, Fair Budget Coalition strongly supports a robust local child tax credit and has included it in our FY25 budget platform. We are particularly pleased that Councilmember Parker's bill addresses the holes in the federal CTC by giving eligible families the full credit regardless of their work status or income level, and that the children of immigrant parents filing taxes using an ITIN are eligible for the credit. These elements make the bill more inclusive and a stronger tool for racial equity. We believe that the bill can be even more effective in improving the well-being of Black and Brown children in working class and poor families, with 3 changes proposed by DCFPI. Increasing the amount of the credit to $1,500 per child, getting the credit to all the children under 18 in eligible families, and targeting the CTC to low and moderate income families. The CTC is also a unique policy solution to the problem of siloed policymaking. We know that people don't have single issue lives. They need all, not some of the things that enable people to thrive, such as food access, housing security, healthcare, good jobs, and economic security. And cash boosts are an important example of understanding that the people themselves know best what their families need and how to spend money on those needs. A fully refundable child tax credit recognizes that cash is what makes a difference in the lives of people facing economic hardship in meeting their needs and treats them with dignity and respect, which is not something we can say about all the various forms of government support, sadly. Lastly, poverty is a policy choice and has always been a form of state-sponsored and often racialized harm. The CTC and other forms of cash payments, such as guaranteed income, are a direct rebuttal to that harm. We love that for working poor families and hope that the CTC is only the beginning of more such transformative policymaking. We urge the Council to strengthen and pass the most robust CTC possible. I look forward to answering any questions you have. And again, thank you very much for holding this hearing.
And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Andrea Thomas, President and CEO, United Planning Organization. Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience, but I'm glad you could join us. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. As noted, my name is Andrea Thomas, and I am President and CEO of United Planning Organization, or UPO. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve economic security of DC residents with low incomes. I'm here today to express UPO's strong support for creating a refundable child tax credit for low and moderate income DC residents. As an organization committed to improving the economic security of residents, we know firsthand that when parents have more resources, children do better. We support the bill for a $500 per child credit, but also would support a larger credit. We know that far too many DC children live in poverty, often deep poverty. More than 1/3 of the children in Ward 7 and Ward 8 are in families with below poverty income, or less than $26,000 for a family of 3. And a recent poll from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute found that half of all Black DC households worry about affording enough food. And we found that 44,000 DC renter households spend more than half of their income on housing, up from 36,000 a decade ago. Moreover, most public benefits for low-income families phase out rapidly, creating a harmful benefits cliff. A DC family of 3 begins to lose TANF benefits when they earn more than $160 a month and lose eligibility when monthly earnings reach just $2,100. That's 30 hours a week at the minimum wage. A child tax credit that doesn't phase out until families reach much higher income levels, as this bill would do, can counter the impact of the benefits cliff. Poverty has harmful long-term effects on children, and a child tax credit would help ameliorate them. Children in poverty are more likely to enter school behind their peers, score lower on achievement tests, work less as adults, and have worse health outcomes. But research also shows that improving the incomes of families with very low incomes has long-term benefits. For example, the Earned Income Tax Credit boosts children's school achievement, college attendance, and health outcomes. The Stockton Guaranteed Income Program, which provided $500 per month, reduced food insecurity and increased employment among recipients. And that last point is worth emphasizing. Policies that boost the incomes of families with low incomes create stability and opportunities for parents to support their children. In short, a child tax credit is a simple and straightforward way to give DC's lowest income families the stability they need to survive and thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Ayana Mackins. Free? Ayana Mackins Free.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayana Mackins Free, and I'm a Ward 4 DC resident, and I'm currently employed in Ward 5 as a family liaison at a public charter school. I'm also an alumni member of Lift DC, an organization committed to providing access, coaching, and opportunity for DC families. I'm a mom of 4 children, and I'm committed to ensuring pathways for stabilization for DC families. As both an advocate for families and a parent with lived experiences, I deeply value thoughtful and meaningful pathways for stabilization for families of diverse backgrounds, demographics, and circumstances. I am testifying in support of the Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023 as an additional support for families that live in the district. I would like to thank Council Members Zachary Parker, Janice Lewis-George, Christina Henderson, Trayon White, Brianna Nadeau, Charles Allen, Brooke Pinto, Robert White, Chairman Mendelson, and Councilmember McDuffie for their leadership in making this bill possible. In support of the legislation, I encourage each of your teams to actively fund programs that implement coaching in your policy decisions, as these programs are the boots on the ground necessary for sustained change. Coaches are essential teachers and partners, ensuring awareness for the utilization of this legislation for all eligible families. From a personal standpoint, my story represents not only my household, but hundreds of families in DC. I am currently diagnosed with metastasized breast cancer and am in active treatment for my disease as the primary breadwinner for my home. One of the key factors that have given me strength and motivation to persevere during this time are the many lessons and tools that I gained from coaching while being an active member of the Lift DC community. In life, adverse and difficult times are a guarantee, but the resilience and the tools needed to overcome that adversity must constantly be nurtured and acquired. I entered into the Lift DC community in 2019. I was pregnant. I was a mom transitioning away from a violent partner sick with an active addiction in my home. And as we all know, addiction shatters families, and the shards of that glass devastate the personal and economic progress, not only for the addict, but for their supportive family. So when I came into the Lift DC, my emotional and financial I was at my rock bottom. Coaches over a 2-year period assisted me with hitting the reset button, getting reconnected with wraparound services, setting updated career and financial goals, and through a trained lens of social work and consistent engagement, ensured that workshops, one-on-one check-ins, and other resources occurred as I navigated that difficult time. This is why I'm calling on the Committee for Economic Development to do all that you can to ensure that the Child Tax Credit Amendment Act passes, including coaching for families that have awareness not only of the credit, but of the benefits of engaging with the process. I would also like the Council to consider that a credit per child can be redirected towards housing, healthcare, living, and childcare expenses, which could be the difference between housing stability or debt for a family in crisis. Again, thank you so much for listening to my testimony today. And we're hope that with this tax credit legislation, it can be paired with coaching to ensure pathways for the middle class and to sustain membership in that middle class. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Ayanna Mackins-Reed, for your testimony. This is obviously a very important bill, as evidenced by the amount of people who have testified thus far. But your ability to be here with us really shows your strength and your courage to add your voice to this conversation. I was telling my staff I hadn't seen you in a while. I think it's been some time since I've seen you in person, but I really appreciate that you made time and really found the strength to add your voice to this conversation. That means a lot. Thank you for that.
Again, thank you guys for your time and all the work that has gone into this very thoughtful legislation to help DC families.
Yeah, you bet. Our next witness who's joining us virtually is Micah Haskell Hole. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, council members and staff. Thank you for the chance to testify today in support of the creation of a city child tax credit. My name is Micah Haskell Hale. I have lived in the district for nearly 20 years and Ward 5 for the last 10. I'm grateful to you, Councilmember Parker, for championing this critical issue and to the 8 council members who signed on to co-introduce the bill. I urge the council to enact child tax credit legislation as soon as possible that is aligned with the recommendations of the chairman of the DC Tax Revision Commission. The district is beset on all sides by challenges, and our government tends to lurch from crisis to crisis. Empty office spaces in a downtown forever changed by the pandemic, the likely move to Virginia of 2 professional sports teams, unmitigated gentrification, schools falling apart, a housing crisis, food deserts, unconscionable racial wealth gaps, the tragedy and trauma of community violence that has so alarmingly spiked over the last year. The list goes on. And too frequently, our elected leaders are caught in perpetual reaction mode. This bill is exactly the kind of proactive investment that our city needs to make in itself to create returns for years to come. The near and long-term benefits will accrue to our young people, parents and caregivers, families and communities, and citywide. And creating a child tax credit will help DC be a city that is livable for all and in which residents want to invest the best of themselves and their time and energy. It's exactly what we need to create the kind of justice that supports what I hope is a goal for all of our neighbors, beloved community. The bill is tailored to be nearly universal and to mean the most to those who have the least. At the economic level, a child tax credit would put more walking around money in the pockets of many, many residents. This would mean more money spent in DC-based businesses and a portion of that returning to district tax coffers. More importantly, though, families with high levels of unmet need will be able to sustain themselves better. DC's diverse Black communities have been historically oppressed, excluded, and exploited, and establishing a child tax credit is a small step toward redressing the resulting structural inequities. It might even represent a toehold on the goals of the chairperson's own legislation to create a reparations task force and foundation fund. The district and its residents need so much more than this, but establishing a child tax credit is a critical step in the right direction. I strongly support the creation of a robust district child tax credit. The city cannot afford not to make this investment. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Micah Haskell Hale. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Yasmin Holmes. It's a mom leader with Mothers Outreach Network, DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, good afternoon. Um, Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I live here in Ward 8. I am a single mother of 4 children, all under the age 5. I was born in DC and grew up in the foster care system. I would like to tell you about why I support the district child tax credit. DC has a lot of programs for struggling families, but there are always conditions on them. For example, the ERAP program will be open for just a few days at a time, then close for the rest of the quarter. This bill is important because as a tax credit, it will be money that parents could claim even after tax deadline. Now, I'd like to tell you a bit about myself. When my kids were younger, I used to work at a grocery store. But with jobs like that, you don't get a set schedule. Some days you work early, some days you stay late, and the daycare facility complained that I wasn't picking my kids up on time, and I do not own a car. So I had to stop. The job took a toll on my body and my mind, and I could not do it anymore. I left the job and now care for my kids full time. I can tell you firsthand that taking care of kids is work. I don't have that family support where I could just have my mom or dad help me out with my kids. Every single part of taking care of my kids is my responsibility. Last spring, I was able to join the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, and now I am receiving $500 per month for 3 years. I am currently a participant in the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Program. The Mothers Up program is a 3-year guaranteed income program for Black moms and local DC communities who have had some involvement with the child welfare family regulation system. We believe you should support parents with cash and other resources and not punish them by removing their children. Poverty is too often confused with neglect, so this will help us address the problems that show up in the system that removes children from their parents. Because of this program, I was able to save money and move into a house a few months ago. My kids and I had been staying in an apartment in a building and neighborhood that wasn't safe for them. I ended up receiving a housing voucher so I was looking to move. But since I have 4 kids, I wanted a house, not another apartment. I got approved for the house because my case manager saw that I had extra income and my kids love this house. They are always playing around and exploring, and I love seeing them having fun. The extra money from the Guaranteed Income Program has made it easier for me and my family to meet some basic needs, in addition to better housing. But I want this program to be permanent and available to all moms and caregivers. That's why I support the district child tax credit. I know that caregiving is work and everyone doing it should be given help with this extra income.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Yasmin Holmes. I appreciate it. You sharing your story and really finding the time to provide testimony to the committee. And I'm so glad to hear that you are really turning things around and that you're benefiting from some of the work that we've done here at the council, particularly in this committee, working with people like Melody Webb, Mothers Outreach Network, and some of the others who were so instrumental in assisting me and my team at the committee on crafting the Guaranteed Basic Income Program pilot. Our next witness is Maria Jackson, mom leader, Mothers Outreach Network, DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Mr. Ducky?
I'm excellent. Thank you. How are you?
Fine. My name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying from Guaranteed Income Coalition. I'm a Washington, D.C. resident. Because I support the D.C. credit. As a child, I was homeless at one point in time. It was hard for my mother to find help because I had just gotten into a wheelchair. Money was always the issue, and it was hard. It was hard to support us. She had to work many jobs to keep a roof over our head. We barely saw her. I'm proud of my mother and everything she has done for us today. For us. But because she did, but because she did not have the support, she wore herself out providing for us. My youngest sister passed away at the age of 12. My mother could not afford the burial arrangements or the help. She had to reach out to organizations for help. And it devastated our family also. If she had that $500 that y'all are trying to, that y'all wants to pass, it would have helped her very much indeed. And with many other organizations. Now, as a mother, I'm saying the $500 would help provide for me, my children also. Parents all around DC should have extra money because it will help other families, including mine, not only provide basic needs, but also save up for the future. The money will allow families to let other children be in programs which will get the kids off the streets and keep them out of the system and help. And I hope that when the bill is passed, it does not mess up the benefits that everybody gets. Finally, I have a question for the committee. Why do y'all stop the tax credit at the age of 16? By law, the children are not grown until they're 21. As a parent, a parent is still need help with children in school. I'm sorry. As a parent, I still need help with my children in school. Some older child may have summer jobs, but I think parents with older kids still need help. I'm a mother. I have older children. And the $500 will help me a lot. Trust me, I know. I understand every last bit. And thank you to all the committees that listen to me and help and to kind of listen. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
And thank you for your testimony, Maria Jackson. Of course, we're going to listen when you take the time to join us and provide your testimony. We obviously appreciate all the testimony that we get. We hope hearings like this on important bills like this. But I think hearing directly from residents like you is most impactful for the committee. So thank you for taking the time to do that. Our next witness is Rachel Metz, Data and Research Manager with DC Action.
Sorry, but thank you for having me.
Yeah. Rachel Metz, if you're still with us, look forward to hearing your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for your work on this legislation and the opportunity to testify today. I'm Rachel Metz. I'm the Research and Data Manager at DC Action. And as you've heard over and over today, in the district, over 1/6 of all children, just 21,000 children in concrete terms, lived in families with incomes below the federal poverty line in 2022. And that, people talk about that, but that's just $23,000 for a family of 3. And roughly 9 out of 10 of those children are Black. With those disparities, it's understandable that the Urban Institute estimated that the 2021 federal expansion of the child tax credit would be the biggest benefit of any state to DC in terms of reducing Black child poverty. And in fact, as you've heard again, it had a huge impact on poverty rates in DC. We strongly support the council in adopting a local child tax credit to continue that important progress towards disrupting cycles of poverty in the district. We know that putting cash directly into the hands of families who earn low incomes means they're better situated to stay housed and fed, afford utility bills, and pay off debts. As many as 89% of Black families in the district use their federal child tax payments, child tax credit payments, at least in part for food. You know, as Councilmember Parker said earlier, people aren't just using the money wastefully, they're using it for really important necessities for their families. And there are many benefits to keeping cash in the pockets of lower income families that can have a ripple effect across the district. University of Washington researchers found that for each additional $1,000 of a per child earned income tax credit or child tax credit refund, the state saw a 5% decline in reports to child welfare authorities in the 5 weeks following the payments. Parents who want to take care of their kids have the resources to not qualify as neglecting when they have cash in their pocket. They also found that youth themselves reported fewer physical fights and fewer criminal convictions during adolescence when families received higher earned income tax credit benefits. To maximize the benefits of a local child tax credit, we urge the committee to make the following improvements. First, the policy must be able to reach the roughly 5,700 children in the district whose families have incomes too low to need to file taxes, over half of whom are in just 5 zip codes across wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. Even families who don't owe taxes should still be supported by OTR in filing taxes, and as referenced earlier, the FIS for the legislation should account for the outreach necessary to do that. In addition, the council should adopt a minimum benefit of $1,500 per child with no cap on the number of children eligible per family. We've talked a lot about that today. And I'll just say that if we wanted to actually cut child poverty in half, we would need a $3,400 credit. And devil is in the details in terms of whether you're targeting people who don't work and all of that, but 500 is a great start, but not enough. And third, but definitely important, is that the tax credit should be funded with an equitable source of revenue rather than at the expense of other core human services. I know it's a tough budget year. Others have talked about the Tax Revision Commission's recommendations, possible wealth taxes. Whatever source we wind up doing, it can't be at the expense of the same people who need the money in their pockets. So in closing, reducing child poverty in the district should be a top priority for the mayor and the council, and we urge this committee to swiftly mark up and fund a version of the DC Child Tax Credit that can significantly and permanently reduce DC's racialized economic disparities. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your time this afternoon and for providing testimony to the committee. Our next and final witness for this panel is Scott Goldstein, Executive Director, Empower Ed. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for your patience. Look forward to hearing your testimony this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. My name is Scott Goldstein. I'm the founder and executive director of the DC teacher organization Empower Ed. I'm here to testify in support of the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023, as well as the necessity for the district to do significantly more to address child poverty and why this is an education issue. If we want students to attend school and address chronic absenteeism, we must start by addressing child and family poverty. If we want students to show up to school well-fed and to be able to focus on school, we must start by addressing child and family poverty. If we want students to have the support they need for their care from their caretakers at home to reinforce learning and help them make progress, we must start by addressing child and family poverty. We cannot afford to take an approach to education that pretends that only by addressing in-school factors will we make significant progress. That's why we believe a strong child tax credit is one of the most important actions we can take to both address child and family poverty, reduce community violence, and keep our residents safe, and to see faster progress with students in school. For all of those reasons, we believe you should not only pass a child tax credit, but must pass one significantly stronger than the legislation under consideration today. As we've heard many times, the federal child tax credit that cut child poverty nearly in half was by far more substantial than what is being proposed here. And while we may not have the same budget capacity as the federal government, we can do better than $500 a year. We believe both in passing the $500 child tax credit in Councilmember Parker's proposed bill, and the $1,000 targeted child tax credit proposed in the Financial Support for Families with Children Amendment Act of 2023. However, we believe that while this should be targeted at low-income families, the income threshold currently proposed is too low to make a difference for many families living in poverty in the district. There are DC parents with 2, 3, and 4 children struggling to afford childcare, to put food on the table, who cannot afford to treat urgent medical needs or purchase basic school supplies. Direct cash assistance is the best way to ensure that families can prioritize what they individually need most. An additional $100 or $200 a month in their pockets can be that difference. We are glad that the Tax Revision Commission is recommending a child tax credit even more robust than what is in the bill before the committee today. Educators stand with the Guaranteed Income Coalition in pushing for the strongest starting point in a new district child tax credit. We want to make sure that any child tax credit is both as robust as possible and tied to inflation moving forward. As part of EmpowerEd's fiscal year 2025 budget agenda, we call for implementing the child tax credit among 4 other initiatives we believe would address the root causes of educational inequity, including expanding community schools models, passing and funding Universal Free School Meals Amendment Act, increasing at-risk per pupil funding, and creating a first-of-its-kind in DC historic divestment fund for schools whose communities have been historically affected by redlining. Taken together, this is the kind of council action that would finally push us towards more rapid progress and close opportunity gaps for DC students and to create a more just DC. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon, Scott Goldstein. That concludes all the public witnesses. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a 5-minute round before we transition to our government witness with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Holmes and Jackson, your testimony was very moving and again, representative of why I introduced the child tax credit. To begin with, Ms. Jackson, I will start with you. You seem to suggest that we should not only raise the age limit from 16, but perhaps consider going up to age 21. You also highlighted that you hope that this bill does not impact social benefits like SNAP and TANF and the rest. Again, I would underscore that it is our understanding with a one-time investment annually, it would not impact families' benefits. But can you speak to what education or information recipients of TANF or SNAP are receiving about that benefits cliff issue? Put differently, are you receiving guidance from any agency or person, and if so, who, that would warn you against receiving certain benefits because you might be at risk of losing others?
I mean, when you get extra money from anyone, you are always capable of losing. Like I'm on SSI, you're always capable of losing. Like let's take time for it. Time. I lost my time because I was $15 over. They took it away.
But did anybody, and that's to me ridiculous that you would lose TANF benefits for $15, but was there anyone via DHS or elsewhere giving guidance to say, if you do this, you might be at risk of losing those benefits?
No, I just read the law.
Understood.
I study law. No, sir.
No, I appreciate that. I ask because I believe that is a current gap in our system, that families are trying to make ends meet and they are making decisions and then wake up and realize, wow, I've lost my TANF benefits. In your example, for $15. Thank you for sharing. Ms. Holmes, you highlighted how you're a part of the Guaranteed Income Pilot. Can you speak to how an extra $500, I believe, a month is making a difference in your life? What are some of the things you're able to put that money towards that otherwise you wouldn't be able to?
Okay, so I have four kids. It really helps that like I don't have to like, okay, this month I'm gonna spend it on this child and next month I'm gonna spend it on that child. Like it really give me an opportunity to like get my kids out the way and get them what they need and want. Also give me, give me give me some stuff, my household, without stressing, without having to like take from here or take from there. It helps me get my bills paid. It really like it's 500, but it really goes a long way.
I really appreciate that. And again, for you taking time to provide testimony today. Mr. Barragon Smith, if you're still with us, you testified about including those involved in informal, undocumented work. Can you give examples of what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of folks who do some work under the table, who are not, who don't receive pay stubs, who may like babysit and do some informal childcare work. And if there was a traditional work requirement, they would not qualify.
Understood. If you have examples, if you could share that with the committee, I think we can all guess what you're referring to, but if you have data connected to that, that would be helpful. Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Thomas, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to end with Ms. Metz. You highlighted that there are about 5,700 children that are among the poorest in the district, namely in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. And that we should include in the FISC for this bill outreach to those families. Do you have any examples and or models of what that outreach could look like that you would point this committee to?
So that number pulls from the IRS estimates for the 2021 expansion. And so one, I should say that it's as of a couple of years ago, but I think the outreach that was done then is at least a starting point. There was the option for non-filers to be able to benefit, and they had the momentum from the federal stimulus where non-filers were able to benefit from that as well. But I think that there's Outreach Network, which also had a bunch of people testifying, was doing a lot of that outreach to try to get non-filers connected with the 2021 boost. And I think a lot of what they did is something that could be replicated and scaled up.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Highlighting not only the importance of the legislation, but ensuring that we educate and connect families that need it most with these resources. So I want to end there and thank you all for your testimony and hope that you will continue pushing with us to get this bill over the finish line. Thank you.
Is it something I can say real quick?
Well, go ahead. We'll give you the last word. You bet.
All right. I'm in the pilot program also, and since I get SSI, I had to get put in a treasury part so my benefits wouldn't get touched or affected. This is what I mean. This is what I mean by y'all giving out the extra 500. Like they had to seriously put me in a different program. I had to wait for like Miss Jasmine. I'm with her, Miss Jasmine, in a pilot program, but I had to get my money put in a totally different program. So I wouldn't get affected. My income wouldn't get affected by all means. I'm just trying to help y'all understand what's
Well,
going
no, I
on.
appreciate, we appreciate you adding that and sharing that information.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah, you bet. No, it's very helpful. So thank you on behalf of everybody on the committee and present today. We appreciate your testimony, as do we appreciate the testimony of others who were a part of this panel. We're going to transition now to our government witness, Alyssa Borges, Assistant Attorney General, Counsel, Office of Tax and Revenue within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Welcome back, I think for the third time. Just a reminder that you are still under oath, but we look forward to hearing your testimony on this measure.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. I am Alyssa Borges, Assistant General Counsel for the Office of Tax and Revenue of the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of OTR on Bill 25-190, the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023. As this committee is aware, the district has enacted several refundable tax credits that a taxpayer may claim on their individual district income tax return. A refundable tax credit means that if the credit is larger than the tax owed, the taxpayer will receive a refund for the difference. For example, if the taxpayer owes $100 in taxes and qualifies for a $500 refundable credit, the taxpayer will receive a $400 refund. This bill amends Chapter 18 of Title 47 of the District Code to propose a new district child tax credit beginning in tax year 2026. As drafted, to be eligible for the credit, the bill requires that the taxpayer claim the child as a dependent on both their federal and district income tax returns, and that the child be under the age of 17 and meet the definition of a qualifying child under the Internal Revenue Code. The bill further requires that the taxpayer must be a resident of the district for 1 year prior to claiming the tax credit. The maximum amount of the credit is $500 for each qualifying child up to 3 children. If the taxpayer claims that child or children as dependents on both their federal and district tax returns. Beginning in tax year 2027, the $500 credit amount would be adjusted for inflation based on the applicable consumer price index. Under the bill as drafted, the income thresholds to claim the credit are $100,000 for married taxpayers, for unmarried taxpayers, or $145,000 for married taxpayers filing jointly. The amount of the credit will be reduced by $20 for each $1,000 or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income exceeds the threshold amounts. OTR can implement the tax credit as proposed with the following technical and clarifying amendments. 1, the taxpayer must claim each qualifying child as a dependent on both their federal and district tax return, which the bill is drafted provides for that. The term qualifying children will have the same meaning as under Section 24C1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. The term dependent will have the same meaning as under Section 152 of the Internal Revenue Code. The residency requirement for the prior year would apply to the calendar year preceding the applicable tax year. With regard to threshold amounts, the threshold amount for an unmarried individual, such as head of household and qualifying widow, would also assumingly be $100,000, the same amount for the filing status of single. The threshold amount for the filing statuses of married filing separately on a combined return, registered domestic partners filing separately on a combined return, and registered domestic partners filing jointly would be $145,000, the same amount for the filing status of married filing jointly. And also there'd be a threshold amount added for the status of married filing separately to be half of what it would be for a married filing jointly, which would be $72,500, 50% of that amount. And I would add, depending on the legislation of a bill we talked about earlier, if a new filing status were added for registered domestic partners filing separately, they would that 50% of the amount would apply as well. Cost of living adjustments. In the bill, the cost of living adjustments will begin in tax year 2027. That would start in 2026, and then the next year they would increase. So the second year of implementation. But also for consideration, it was in here that the cost of living adjustments, just for clarification, will or will they not apply as much to the credit amount, but also those income thresholds we're talking about would go up together. Obviously, there was testimony with regard to whether that amount should be 500 or what those are things. Those amounts will float depending on obviously what the tenant side, but my testimony when I was talking about those amounts and how we would clarify them would apply to that as well. With regard to the bill language, I have attached to this a mark of the bill with OTR's just sort of proposed technical and clarifying amendments, which got to be to the point that it was easier to draft it in the name of a proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute, which could serve sort of as a legislative, if you're working on this template, with obviously revisions as to how for policy for amounts, starting years, guidelines, whatever, but just as sort of a template that we would sort of suggest, and we'll be happy to work as this proceeds on that as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
And thank you for your testimony, especially the written testimony. It's not often that we get witnesses who submit testimony with attachments that are amendments in the nature of a substitute. So you were all the way in the weeds on all these bills, and I appreciate your time and focus on this. You know, we've been discussing, and witnesses have been discussing multiple proposals because there is the measure that's before the committee. There is the Tax Revision Commission proposal, and then there's a proposal offered by the Fiscal Policy Institute. You've only analyzed, which have you analyzed, just to be clear for folks who might be wondering?
Okay. The only one we've analyzed is the bill that was scheduled for a hearing here.
Okay.
I am familiar broadly with the tax revision proposal on those type of things. I think,
And that would be because the CFO is a member of the Tax Revision Commission, perhaps?
and from time to time, we just monitor that and answer some technical questions from time
But
to time.
I mean, you're probably not prepared to testify about
No.
what's in that bill or
Right.
what's in the proposal from Erica Williams and DC FBI.
I am not. And as I understand it, I'm not familiar with the Fiscal Policy Institute one that you mentioned at all. For the Tax Revision Commission, as I understand it, they mostly have some policy bullet points, and there hasn't been any legislative language or details to answer on.
They haven't submitted anything in the form of a bill or an ANS, but I am going to turn it to because I you know, the witnesses have been great. All the testimonies have been great. We appreciate your testimony as well. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but perhaps my colleague, Councilmember Parker, but I think this is a good proposal. I think the witnesses who testified about ways to enhance and improve gave great testimony. I think it really just boils down to cost, frankly, and that's just something that I think we're going to have to figure out as a council. And so your testimony and information you provided is very helpful, as has been the testimony of all the witnesses we got before you today. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round to see if he has some questions for you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Borges. I do have a few questions. For those that are watching, where I stand is we should enhance the bill from where I introduced it now almost a year ago. From last March, we should remove the cap. I support expanding it to $1,000 per child. And I think it is important that we include middle income families. I know there's some debate there. I agree we should deepen investments for low income neighbors, but we cannot continue to exclude middle income residents in the district because earning $100,000 in the District of Columbia does not mean you're flush with cash, especially if you have 3-4 children. And if you're a single adult, things can be tight for you. And I'm not saying it's the same as someone making $30,000, but it is the point of saying middle income residents too need support. So just to level set, though, that's where I am. I look forward to my team working with Councilmember McDuffie and the committee as the bill moves through markup. And I want to again thank everybody for offering their testimony. Ms. Borges, a few things I wanted to clarify with you. For tax purposes, each beneficiary must claim the child on their taxes. And so if, let's say, you have 2 parents, but only one parent claims the child, that would exclude the other parent from benefiting from this tax credit. Is that accurate?
That would be correct. But it could if they are filing separate returns. You know, if they are a married couple or registered domestic partners filing a joint return, they would both be able to claim. You know, it would be under the parameters to claim it. Where they wouldn't be able to claim it is if you had one. And this is how it works for the earned income tax credit as well. And there was some sort of language in the bill as drafted that would suggest that if you are filing separately, you are married filing separately, and and only one parent claims them as a dependent, that parent would be the one who would be able to claim the credit. If they're not a dependent claimed by the other parent, then as the bill sort of as drafted and sort of even as modified as we suggest here, they would not be able to.
Understood.
And just let me say that's how the earned income tax credit works as well. So that the parent who does not able to claim them as a dependent is not able to get it, except in really specific circumstances, if they're the non-custodial parent under special court order, child support, and different things, they can claim it.
And for the calendar year that you mentioned, so if I am filing taxes hypothetically this year, let's say in March, my income would qualify for the dates of January 1 through December 31st of 2023. So
correct. So
correct.
if this had been in place for
Yes.
2023, and you would go to March to go to file your taxes, it would be based on your income for that tax year.
Got it.
Okay.
A couple of other things. There is an important provision in the bill which includes residents that are unemployed, parents who are unemployed or underemployed, and we heard from some of them testifying today. We also know that some of those residents may not annually file a tax return, and we wanted to reduce the barriers as much as possible for people to get these benefits. Not to get way in the weeds, but Schedule H is what I am understanding those residents can file, even if they aren't filing the broader tax return. One, is that accurate? And then two, what educational services or supports does your office provide for residents who may be underemployed and not used to filing a tax return?
Okay. Couple things. The Schedule H refundable credit, which for those is a refundable credit based on property taxes or rent you pay. That is the one sort of exception to getting a tax refund from the district when claiming that, where you can file what's known as the standalone Schedule H instead of a full-fledged tax year. Okay. But that is without thinking, if I'm not sure that would scale, a standalone form would scale as it does for Schedule H, would be able to scale for this. I would have to talk, the folks at OTR who would do this, because this is a little more complicated in terms of who are your what information that have to be reported that would probably amount to the same information that is on a D40 individual income tax return. So without just that would be a challenge and something to work with. But to your question, to your question, earned income tax credits. Well, now this does not have an earned income program, and it's probably even reaching people who are way lower down down on the zero income thing. But still, the folks who get the earned income tax credit can claim that, even though they don't have to file a tax return, because many of them are below the threshold that you have to file. And OTR has the same, and this is at the IRS, it's an IRS challenge and a DC challenge, and every state challenge to this is to go reach that population of folks who do not have, they'd be like, oh, I don't have to file a tax return, I'm below that. Well, don't you know if you filed, you would know money, but you would actually get money back. And there is a large program involved with the VITA, the volunteer, I forget what the I is, the VITA sites that is funded, and there's a very large nonprofit community in partnership with the IRS and OTR to reach low-income folks to prepare tax returns for them to get the earned income tax credit and the Schedule H, and this could be sort of wrapped into that too, because they would probably, there's some concentric circles as to where they all qualify for.
And I'm thinking we might have to deepen our investment in those partnerships to make sure we had sufficient outreach throughout the city for this type of program.
Correct.
It is my understanding that the Schedule H would work, but I'm hearing like we would need to clarify and ensure that would work for the child tax credit.
Yeah, and I would just want to say I'm a little, I don't want to give a false sense of hope. I think it would be it's not, I'm not prepared to say that's impossible or it can't be done, but it will be a challenge because the Schedule 8 standalone is name, address, social security number, one line, how much rent did you pay? You know, it's very short. And then here's your credit. It wouldn't be, have to go into, your children,
Yep.
and also, honestly, if these folks, there are going to be some folks who probably do not qualify for the earned income tax credit, but there probably going to be a lot who qualify for both, who would
That's
not
right.
otherwise filed. So we would want to really encourage them
Okay.
not to go the.
One of our public witnesses testified about the 5,700 poorest children in the district. And I'm thinking of those families, some of whom may not be filing a tax return. So I hear you. That is going to be something that it's important for us to work out with the committee, just what structurally and logistically that looks like. One last thing I wanted to touch on is the benefits cliff issue. And we heard from some of the public witnesses there. Can you speak to what engagement OTR is doing with the federal government to seek waivers? It's our understanding that that's more of a DHS type request, but how do we ensure, one, it's my understanding that if it's a one-time investment, recipients wouldn't be in danger of losing benefits. It would be great if we can make this a monthly investment, but what work is OTR doing to seek that federal waiver?
So that is the DHS. So OTR is not involved in particularly seeking that waiver. We are aware that because of the mandatory monthly payments, that we were made aware that, because let me just sort of back up. A tax refund, and this is, we call it a refund, that it's just a tax refund, is not typically included in it's not considered income to the taxpayer. So the earned income tax credit, when it got paid out in a big lump sum, whatever the amount would be, that was a refund, and it never had any impact, we were aware, on SNAP benefits and that things. Because it went to a mandatory monthly payment for whatever reason, and this is out of my wheelhouse, but just understanding, actually one of the prior witnesses, Erica Williams, and working with her advocacy sort of was on that for whatever reason, the federal agencies that administer that deem if the district's gonna pay out a monthly payment, they're gonna conclude that in the taxpayer or the recipient or as their monthly income that might push them over ineligibility to do that. So that in and of alone, and I don't have any insight into how to get that waiver and that how that would work, but that would be a reason,
But it
that's a
highlights
challenge.
how counterintuitive some of our policies and programs are when we talk about people should quote unquote pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but we're penalizing people for trying to do just that.
Right.
The more they get, the more that's taken away from them. I do want to be mindful of time. Can you just end on OTR's capacity to take on this program? So hypothetically speaking, let's say it's passed and funded for fiscal year, 25, would OTR have the capacity to implement this program moving forward?
I'll give you a qualified yes. Okay. When they would do that's something that OTRs can implement it. I would commend that I applaud that there's a little bit of lead time, that would be able to do that. When it's time for like a fiscal impact statement, as they always do, they'll ask for if there are any agency costs for doing that type of thing. I will note, depending on implementation and outreach, might be something that might need to be beefed up in terms of budget. I'm speculating on that, but yes, OTR will be prepared to move forward with that.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and thank you, Melissa Borges, and all the testimony you provided in multiple bills today, and to all the witnesses, both public and government, who contributed to the committee's hearing today. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until Wednesday, January 31st at 5 p.m. Submissions should be uploaded via the new hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. It's dccouncil.gov. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's public hearing. Time is now 3:14 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.